Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment the shift happened, when a perfectly ordinary work trip turned into something else. I was 34 then, a seasoned forest ranger with nearly a decade under my belt, most of it spent in the sprawling, beautiful, and often deceptively quiet wilderness of the Blackwood National Forest. I knew those woods like the back of my hand, every trail, every river bend, every secluded campsite, or so I thought. This particular assignment was a routine 2-day solo patrol in Sector 7, a vast, rarely visited section bordering the old mining district. My job was primarily maintenance, checking trail markers, clearing fallen branches, reporting any unusual activity like illegal logging or squatters. Nothing glamorous, just the quiet grind of keeping the wilderness pristine and safe. I liked the solitude. It was one of the main reasons I'd chosen this career, to be out there, away from the constant noise and demands of civilization. My base for the night was a small, established campsite next to an unnamed meadow, tucked deep within a valley formed by two ancient sloping ridges. It wasn't an official public site. Rangers sometimes used it for overnight patrols. The meadow itself was nothing special during the day, just a wide expanse of tall, swaying grass, dotted with wildflowers, encircled by a thick ring of pines. In the late afternoon light, with the sun slanting through the trees, it was picture postcard perfect. The kind of place you'd imagine in a nature documentary, teeming with unseen life. I arrived around 4 p.m., just enough time to set up my tent, gather some firewood, and cook a simple dinner before dusk truly settled. My routine was well practiced. First, clear the immediate area of any dry leaves or twigs for fire safety. Then unroll the tent, secure it with stakes, and lay out my sleeping bag. After that, I'd gather kindling and bigger logs for a small, efficient campfire. I even packed my old, trusty binoculars and a dog-eared copy of some forgotten thriller, just in case boredom struck, though it rarely did. The sounds of the forest were usually entertainment enough. That evening, everything was normal. The air was crisp, hinting at the chill of a mountain night. A gentle breeze rustled the pine needles, a constant, soothing whisper. I cooked a freeze-dried meal over my tiny camp stove, enjoying the earthy smell of the woods mixed with the scent of simmering beef stew. Later, as darkness truly fell, I lit my small campfire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows against the trees, pushing back the oppressive blackness of the unlit forest. I sat by the fire, nursing a thermos of lukewarm coffee, watching the stars begin to emerge, brighter and more numerous than you ever see in the city. The only sounds were the crickets, the rustling leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl, pure, unadulterated peace. I checked my watch, an old, reliable field watch that had seen more rough terrain than I had. It was 11:45 p.m., time to douse the fire and get some sleep. I made sure every ember was out, thoroughly soaking the ashes with water from my canteen, a habit ingrained from years of fire prevention training. Then I retreated to my tent. It was pitch black inside, save for the faint glow of my digital watch face. I settled into my sleeping bag, pulled my headlamp close, and listened. The night sounds seemed to amplify in the quiet of my tent. Crickets, distant animal noises, the soft sigh of the wind. I closed my eyes, ready for the deep, restorative sleep the wilderness always offered. I must have drifted off quickly because the next thing I registered was a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. It was more like I felt it, a low thrumming sensation that seemed to originate from the very ground beneath me. My eyes snapped open. I held my breath, listening, trying to identify it. Was it a large animal moving nearby? An earthquake tremor? No, it felt too rhythmic, too steady. I glanced at my watch, 12:03 a.m., and that's when I heard it, a sound barely above the threshold of silence, a low, continuous hum asterisk. It wasn't mechanical, not in the way a car engine hums. It was deeper, resonating, almost organic, like a colossal, invisible string vibrating just beneath the Earth's surface. It filled the air, not loud enough to be alarming, but definitely there, and definitely out of place. This meadow, these ancient woods, they should only hum with crickets and wind, not this. A prickle of unease started to spread across my skin. I lay there, absolutely still, listening to the impossible sound, my breath caught in my throat. I lay there, absolutely still, listening to the impossible sound, my breath caught in my throat. The hum wasn't just in my ears, it vibrated through the ground, up my sleeping bag, into my very bones. It was a deep, resonant tone, like a tuning fork struck against the core of the earth, yet somehow paradoxically soft. It wasn't threatening, not yet, but it was utterly, completely wrong. This wasn't a natural sound of the forest. I knew these woods. I knew every groan of timber, every rustle of leaves, every creature's call. This was alien. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, eerie silence of the tent. All the familiar night sounds, the crickets, the distant owl seemed to have vanished, swallowed by this low, omnipresent thrum. I fumbled for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy with a nervous energy I hadn't felt in years. Snapping it on, the beam cut a stark circle through the darkness, illuminating the canvas walls of my tent, revealing nothing but my own gear. The hum, however, persisted, a constant, low throb that seemed to press in from all directions. Instinct, honed by years of solitude and potential danger, urged me to move, to investigate, but an equally strong primal fear locked me in place. What if it was an animal, something massive underground, but no animal made a sound like this, so steady, so perfectly sustained? My mind, usually so practical and methodical, raced through possibilities, discarding each one as quickly as it formed. Geothermal activity, unlikely in this region. Mining equipment. The old mines were miles away, and nothing I'd ever heard could project sound like this. I forced myself to sit up, my movements slow, deliberate, as if any sudden motion might trigger something. The hum intensified slightly as I lifted myself from the ground, the vibration more direct through my body. I unzipped the tent flap slowly, cautiously, peering out into the moonless night. The meadow was a silhouette of swaying grasses, dark and indistinct under the blanket of stars. The surrounding pines loomed like silent sentinels, their tops barely visible against the velvet black sky. Everything looked normal, and yet it wasn't. The air itself felt thick, charged with an invisible energy. The hum was clearer now, emanating from the center of the meadow, a palpable presence that seemed to warp the very fabric of the night. It felt ancient, deep. My ranger training kicked in, overriding the rising tide of fear. Observe, assess, report. I grabbed my binoculars, a heavy, reliable pair, and my field radio just in case. My knife was already on my belt, a comfortingly solid weight. With a final, hesitant glance around the inside of my tent, I pushed open the flap and crawled out, pulling the zipper shut behind me to keep anything out, or perhaps in. The moment my bare hands touched the damp earth outside, the vibration amplified. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical sensation, a deep resonance that traveled through the ground, up my arms, through my chest. My teeth rattled faintly. The air was cold, but a bead of sweat traced a path down my temple. I stood slowly, my eyes scanning the meadow, my ears straining against the hum. And then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, or that it was some trick of the starlight. A faint, ethereal glow, just barely visible, pulsing gently from the exact center of the meadow. It was low to the ground, almost like a ground fog, but it radiated a soft, greenish-blue light. It was barely brighter than the surrounding starlight, yet it was undeniably there, throbbing in sync with the low hum. My blood ran cold. This was no campfire, no misplaced headlamp, no natural phenomenon I'd ever witnessed. It was too diffused, too otherworldly. The hum seemed to grow louder, more insistent, drawing me in. Against all reason, against every fiber of my being screaming to retreat, my feet began to move, one step then another towards the strange light. I moved with the stealth of a predator, each footfall carefully placed to avoid rustling the dry leaves and twigs. The tall grass brushed against my trousers, wet with dew. The hum filled my head, silencing all other thoughts, all other sensations. It was a hypnotic, relentless pulse that seemed to promise revelation, or perhaps obliteration. The greenish-blue light ahead of me pulsed steadily, a slow, deep breath of luminescence. As I neared the edge of the tree line, still a good 50 yards from the center of the meadow, the air grew noticeably colder. Not the crisp mountain cold, but a biting, unnatural chill that seemed to emanate directly from the glowing phenomenon. I pulled my jacket tighter, my breath pluming faintly in the frigid air. The scent of pine and damp earth was still there, but subtly overlaid with something else, something metallic and sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike, but without the storm. I knelt behind the thick trunk of an ancient pine, using its massive girth as cover. My binoculars were already raised, focusing on the light. Through the lenses, the glow resolved into a more definite shape, though still indistinct. It wasn't a solid object, not exactly. It was more like a shimmering distortion in the air, a column of light perhaps 10 feet high and 20 feet wide, rotating slowly, almost imperceptibly. Within its swirling depths, I thought I saw vague, shifting patterns like smoke or mist, but imbued with that unnatural, captivating glow. The hum was intense now, vibrating through the binoculars themselves, up into my eye sockets. It felt like my eardrums were being gently massaged from the inside out. My mind struggled to categorize what I was seeing. A mirage, a trick of the light and atmosphere, but the hum was too real, the cold too palpable, and the sheer asterisk wrongness of it all was overwhelming. This wasn't a natural light display, it was controlled, deliberate. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour, utterly captivated, unable to tear my eyes away. The rotating column of light pulsed, breathed, and every time it did, the hum subtly shifted in pitch, a tiny increment that only highlighted its rhythmic precision. It felt like I was witnessing something profoundly ancient, something that shouldn't exist in my world, in my woods. Then something shifted. The patterns within the column of light began to coalesce, not into solid forms, but into impressions, fleeting images. Swirling fractals of light and shadow, impossibly intricate, twisting and turning with a fluid grace that defied physics. They moved with an intelligence, a purpose that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. This wasn't just a light, it was an active entity, a portal, an asterisk thing. My rational mind, the part that had logged countless miles and identified every species of flora and fauna, struggled to comprehend. There was no category for this. My training hadn't prepared me for shimmering columns of light and resonant hums in the middle of a national forest. My hand instinctively went to my radio, but I hesitated. What would I say? Hello, HQ. I'm observing a glowing, humming, rotating column of light in Sector 7 that seems to be pulling patterns out of thin air. I'd be laughed off the air, or worse, deemed unfit for duty. I needed more information, more concrete proof. As if responding to my internal debate, the light column intensified. The greenish-blue hue sharpened, becoming almost painfully bright, though still contained within its shimmering perimeter. The hum vibrated louder, deeper, now resonating not just through the ground, but through the very air, vibrating the leaves on the trees, making my entire body thrum like a plucked string. My vision blurred slightly, my head swimming with the intensity of the sound. And then a new element. Tiny motes of light, like luminous dust, began to swirl around the base of the column, spiraling upwards, reflecting the main glow. They moved with a peculiar, almost intelligent dance, never quite touching, always maintaining a precise distance from each other. As they rose, they seemed to gather energy, growing brighter, until they winked out of existence at the top of the column, only to be replaced by new ones emerging from the ground. It was a constant cycle, a silent, cosmic fountain. This was no natural phenomenon. This was a process, an operation. Whatever this thing was, it was asterisk doing something, and I was witnessing it. My heart hammered, not just with fear, but with a strange, almost intoxicating sense of wonder. I was a scientist, in a way. I observed the natural world, documented its changes. This was a change of an unprecedented magnitude. I had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, something that could redefine everything I thought I knew about the universe. The ranger in me demanded answers. The human in me wanted to run. The hum shifted again, a subtle, almost imperceptible change in frequency, and the cold snap in the air deepened. My breath hitched. The spiraling motes of light quickened their dance, and then, from within the shimmering column, a shape began to emerge. It wasn't a solid form, not at first. More like a ripple in water, a distortion that slowly, agonizingly began to coalesce. It was large, impossibly large, and seemed to be made of the same greenish-blue light, but denser, more opaque. As it grew, stretching upwards within the column, the hum intensified to a deafening roar, a sound that bypassed my ears and reverberated directly inside my skull. I pressed my hands against my temples, gritting my teeth against the pressure, my vision swimming. The shape solidified further, revealing an intricate, almost crystalline structure. It was multifaceted, with sharp angles and smooth curves, resembling nothing I had ever seen before, organic or mechanical. It wasn't symmetrical in a way humans understand, but it had a distinct alien geometry that spoke of advanced design. It hummed with its own internal energy, an echo of the larger field emanating from the ground. It seemed to be a vessel, a craft, or perhaps a being. I felt a sudden, crushing weight in my chest, a primal fear that rooted me to the spot. My hands trembled, my binoculars clattered against the ground, forgotten. My mind screamed at me, "This is real. This is happening." The being or craft, whatever it was, continued to emerge slowly, gracefully, rising like a leviathan from the depths of a cosmic ocean. It seemed to be composed of pure light, yet possessed a terrible solidity. It cast no shadow, only an eerie glow on the surrounding grass. Its size was immense, easily 30 feet across, 50 feet high, a silent titan of light. It pulsed, a giant, otherworldly heart beating in the center of my familiar meadow. As it cleared the top of the light column, it hovered silently, its base still connected by a shimmering tendril of energy. The hum lessened slightly, becoming a more bearable, though still pervasive, throb. The air became even colder, the ozone smell sharper, almost acrid. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud and desperate in the sudden relative quiet. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I was a witness, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the moment. My eyes, wide and unblinking, traced every impossible curve, every glowing facet of the colossal entity. It had no discernible windows, no doors, no visible propulsion system. It was simply there, a silent, luminous marvel of unknown origin. Then from its side a section of the glowing surface rippled, not opening, but rather becoming transparent. Through this newly formed aperture I saw movement, shapes, not distinct figures, but rather shadows, deeper shades of the internal light, shifting and flowing within the vessel. They seemed to be moving with a purpose, with an internal logic that was completely beyond my comprehension. Were these beings the operators of this impossible craft? A fresh wave of terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. I wasn't just observing a phenomenon anymore. I was observing them, and if they could see out, could they see me? I pressed myself harder against the tree trunk, trying to melt into its bark, desperate to become invisible. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I forced myself to breathe, to think. My brain, despite the terror, was racing. This was a direct encounter. There was no denying it now. Whatever I had thought before, whatever rationalizations I had clung to were shattered. This was real, and I was alone. The pulsating vessel remained suspended, silent, for what felt like an eternity. The hum continued, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to fill the entire valley. The motes of light still spiraled around its base, a silent, luminous dance. And within the transparent section, the shadows continued to shift, to flow, like liquid intelligence. Then slowly, deliberately, the vessel began to descend. It didn't fall, it wasn't drawn down by gravity. It seemed to choose to descend, sinking back into the shimmering column of light, its glowing form dissolving back into the swirling energy from which it had emerged. The transparent section shimmered and closed, becoming solid again. As it sank, the hum gradually deepened, growing louder, more intense, until it once again became a physical pressure against my eardrums, rattling my teeth. I watched mesmerized as the colossal form disappeared, swallowed by the column of light. The column itself began to contract, shrinking inward, its glowing circumference diminishing inch by agonizing inch. The motes of light ceased their dance, winking out of existence. The greenish-blue light faded, slowly at first, then more rapidly, until only a faint, residual glow remained, like embers dying in a fireplace. And then nothing. The light was gone, the hum was gone, the crushing cold lifted, replaced by the familiar crisp chill of the mountain night. The air cleared of the ozone scent. The crickets, absent for so long, tentatively began their chirping, their small voices sounding impossibly loud in the sudden, profound silence. An owl hooted far off, a normal, comforting sound. I remained pressed against the tree, trembling uncontrollably, staring at the spot where the impossible spectacle had been. There was nothing there, just the tall grass of the meadow, swaying gently in the night breeze, reflecting the distant starlight. No scorch marks, no flattened earth, no residual glow. Nothing. It was as if it had never happened. But it had happened. I had seen it. I had heard it. I had felt it. My body still thrummed with the phantom vibrations. My eyes still burned with the residual image of the impossible light. My breath hitched, a silent sob escaping my lips. I pushed myself away from the tree, my limbs stiff and uncooperative. I stumbled forward a few steps, then stopped, dropping to my knees in the wet grass. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion, terror, and a strange, desperate need to understand. What was that? What had I just witnessed? My field radio lay forgotten on the ground, my binoculars nearby. I stared at them, at my tools, at the symbols of my mundane, predictable life. They felt absurd now, meaningless in the face of what I had seen. My entire worldview, carefully constructed over 34 years, had been shattered in a single, terrifying hour. I looked up at the sky, at the familiar constellations, now imbued with a new, terrifying meaning. We weren't alone. We were never alone. And whatever was out there, it was here, in my woods, in my meadow. I scrambled back towards my tent, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I needed to be inside, shielded, even though I knew a thin layer of canvas offered no protection against something like that. I fumbled with the zipper, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the pull tab. Finally, I wrenched it open and dove inside, pulling it shut with a desperate hiss. Inside, the darkness was oppressive, but at least it was familiar. I curled into a ball in my sleeping bag, pulling the synthetic material tight around me, as if it could ward off the existential chill that had seeped into my bones. My headlamp lay where I had left it, its beam still cutting a circle on the tent wall, a small, futile island of light against the vast, terrifying darkness of the universe. I checked my watch, my eyes barely able to focus on the digital display. 1:17 a.m. Barely an hour had passed since I first heard the hum, an hour that had changed everything. I lay there listening, straining my ears for any return of the hum, any faint glow through the tent fabric. But there was nothing, only the chirping crickets and the distant hoot of the owl, a cruel mockery of normalcy. The silence, after the overwhelming sensory assault, was almost as terrifying as the event itself. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting. Sleep was impossible. My mind replayed every detail, every flicker of light, every resonance of the hum. The rotating column, the spiraling motes, the immense glowing craft, the shadows within. It wasn't a dream. It was too vivid, too real, too terrifying. My ranger instinct, the one that said assess, report, protect, fought against a deeper, more primal instinct screaming, flee, hide, survive. What was I supposed to do? Call it in, describe an alien visitation to my bewildered supervisor. They'd send a psychologist, not a search party. They'd question my sanity, not my report. I had no physical evidence. Nothing but the memory, vivid and horrifying, burned into my mind. And what if I did report it? What if this was something I wasn't supposed to see? What if they knew I had seen them? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Had they detected me? Was my presence behind the tree registered by their impossible sensors? The transparency of the vessel, the shifting shadows within, had they been looking out? I hugged my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. The logical part of my brain, however small and battered it was, started to piece together fragments. This meadow, Sector 7, rarely visited, bordering the old mining district. Was there something here, something beneath the earth that attracted them? Some resource, some energy signature. The hum had started from underground asterisk. The light column had emerged from the ground asterisk. The vessel had sunk back into asterisk the ground. This wasn't a flyby. This was a asterisk rendezvous asterisk, a regular occurrence, perhaps, that I had stumbled upon by sheer horrific chance. The night stretched on, an eternity of dark, tense silence. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My eyes scanned the tent walls, imagining shapes, shadows. I felt exposed, vulnerable, despite the canvas barrier. My small, reliable world had been utterly shattered. As the hours crawled by, a new determination began to form, slowly pushing aside the raw terror. I was a ranger. My job was to protect this wilderness. And now something was happening in it that was beyond anything I could have imagined. I couldn't just run. I couldn't just ignore it. I had to understand, or at least I had to try. My initial instinct to flee had been replaced by a fierce, almost desperate curiosity. This was the biggest secret of human history, playing out in my backyard. I couldn't walk away from it, not completely, but I also couldn't confront it, not yet. My immediate priority shifted, survival until dawn, and then a plan, a strategy. I needed more evidence, something tangible. But how? How could I possibly get close enough to something like that without being detected, without risking what? Abduction, eradication. My mind recoiled from the implications. I spent the remaining hours until first light in a waking nightmare, replaying the event, constructing frantic, half-formed plans, and fighting the overwhelming urge to bolt. I clutched my field knife, its cold metal a small, comforting anchor in the maelstrom of my thoughts. My radio, though useless in the moment, was still within reach. When the first sliver of gray light finally appeared at the top of the tent, painting the canvas with a faint, hopeful glow, a wave of profound relief washed over me. Daylight, safety, or at least the illusion of it. Whatever that thing was, it operated in the darkness. Morning brought a chance to reassess, to regain some semblance of control. I slowly uncurled, my muscles stiff and aching from the prolonged tension. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes. I felt utterly drained, as if I hadn't slept in weeks. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. I needed water, coffee, and a coherent thought. I unzipped the tent flap cautiously, my eyes scanning the meadow with a fresh dose of paranoia. The morning mist clung low to the ground, obscuring the view slightly, lending an ethereal quality to the familiar landscape. The tall grass, still wet with dew, shimmered in the weak light. The trees stood silent, indifferent. Everything looked peaceful, normal, too normal. My gaze drifted to the center of the meadow, to the exact spot where the light column had risen, where the vessel had descended. There was nothing. No disturbance in the grass, no scorched earth, no trace whatsoever. It was pristine, untouched. The morning mist swirled gently, revealing no secrets. It was almost worse than finding evidence. The complete absence of any sign made me question my own sanity again. Had I imagined it? Was it a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the solitude? But the fear, the terror, the vividness of the memory, it was too real. And the physical sensation of the hum, the ringing in my ears that still hadn't quite faded. No, it was real. They just didn't leave a trace. Or rather, they actively removed it. I crawled out of the tent, my movements still stiff and hesitant. The air was cold, crisp, invigorating, a sharp contrast to the suffocating dread of the night. I walked slowly towards the center of the meadow, my eyes sweeping the ground, searching for anything, any anomaly. My boots crunched on the damp earth, a loud sound in the quiet morning. I reached the spot. The grass was just grass. There was a faint indentation, a very slight dip in the ground, perhaps a dozen feet across, but it was so subtle it could have been a natural undulation, or simply where an animal had rested. There were no burn marks, no compressed earth, nothing suggesting a colossal object had rested there. It was as if the ground itself had reset. I knelt, running my hand over the dew-laden grass. It felt perfectly normal. I pushed my fingers into the soil. Damp, rich earth. No strange residue, no unusual temperature. Nothing. This was their power, I realized with a fresh wave of awe and terror. Not just the ability to create light and sound and objects out of nothing, but the ability to erase their presence entirely, to move without leaving a trace. It was terrifyingly efficient. I stood there for a long time, turning in a slow circle, taking in the entire meadow. The sun was just beginning to peek over the eastern ridge, casting long, golden shadows across the valley. The forest was waking up, birds beginning to sing, small animals rustling in the undergrowth. It was a beautiful, serene morning, a morning that felt utterly, horribly wrong. I retrieved my binoculars and radio from where they had fallen, dusting them off mechanically. The radio felt heavy and useless in my hand. What was the protocol for alien contact? There wasn't one, not in any ranger manual I'd ever seen. I walked back to my campsite, my mind a tangled mess of fear, confusion, and a burgeoning sense of responsibility. I had to do something. I couldn't just pack up and leave and pretend it never happened. My professional integrity and a deep-seated need for answers wouldn't allow it. First, I needed to gather myself. I made a fire, going through the motions automatically. The warmth was a small comfort against the lingering chill in my bones. I brewed some strong coffee on my camp stove, the familiar ritual a small anchor in the storm. As I sipped the hot, bitter liquid, my thoughts slowly began to coalesce. I couldn't report it directly. Not yet. I had no proof. And even if I did, who would believe me? But I couldn't just sit on it either. My first duty was to the forest, and if something alien was operating within it, that was a matter of national security, possibly even global security. I decided on a strategy. I would document everything, every detail, however small. I had my field journal, my camera. I would take photos, detailed notes, record everything I could about the environment around the meadow. Maybe I'd find something they missed. A subtle energy signature, an unusual plant growth, anything. My camera was a robust, weather-sealed DSLR, usually used for documenting trail damage or wildlife. I pulled it out, checking the battery. Full charge. I grabbed my journal and a pen. I had to write it all down before the surreal nightmare started to fade, before my mind tried to rationalize it away. I started writing, my hand surprisingly steady as I recounted the events of the night. The date, the time, the initial hum, the light, the appearance of the vessel, its descent, the eerie silence. I described the light's color, its pulsations, the feeling of the vibrations, the smell of ozone, the unnatural cold. Every detail I could remember, I committed to paper. It felt like an act of defiance against the unknown, an assertion of my own reality. As I wrote, a strange sense of calm began to settle over me. The terror hadn't vanished, but it was now tempered by focus. I was a ranger. This was a problem in my jurisdiction. An unprecedented problem, yes, but a problem nonetheless, and I had a job to do. My 2-day patrol had just become something else entirely. I had planned to check trail markers and clear fallen branches. Now, my mission was to observe, to document, to understand, and, if possible, to survive. After finishing my initial report in the journal, a detailed, almost clinical account of the night's events, I decided on my next steps. I wouldn't leave. Not today. I would stay near the meadow, but not in my campsite. It felt too exposed. I would move my camp deeper into the surrounding woods, away from the immediate vicinity of the meadow, but close enough to observe. I would find a hidden spot, high up on one of the ridges, with a clear view of the meadow. I would spend the day observing, using my binoculars. I would look for any changes, any subtle signs, any patterns in the wildlife behavior. Perhaps the animals reacted to their presence, or perhaps they were unaffected. I needed to know. I would also try to find out if the phenomenon was localized to this meadow, or if it stretched further. Was there an energy source somewhere, deep beneath the earth? The idea of staying put, of willingly placing myself back in proximity to the unknown, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. But the alternative, running away and never knowing, felt worse. I couldn't live with that, not after witnessing what I had. I quickly broke down my camp, packing everything neatly back into my backpack. The familiar routine was comforting. As I worked, I kept an eye on the meadow, a low-level anxiety simmering beneath my calm facade. The sun was now fully up, warming the air, making the dew sparkle on the grass. It was a perfect autumn morning, almost mocking in its tranquility. With my pack shouldered, I hiked up the nearest ridge, moving carefully, scanning the terrain. I needed a spot that was secluded, offered good cover, and provided an unobstructed view of the meadow. It took me about an hour of careful traversing through dense undergrowth and over rocky outcrops to find the perfect location. It was a small, natural alcove in a cluster of ancient pines, overlooking the valley. From here, I had a clear, panoramic view of the meadow, a verdant carpet spread out below me. I could see my original campsite, tiny and insignificant, at the edge of the tree line. I set up a rudimentary observation post, not a tent, just a tarp strung between trees for shelter from the elements, and laid out my sleeping bag. I positioned myself with my binoculars, camera, and journal close at hand. My field radio, still seemingly useless, was also ready. I kept my knife on my belt. I was ready to observe, and I was ready to run. The day passed slowly, each minute stretched by the tension. I scanned the meadow relentlessly, my eyes aching from the strain. The sunlight glinted off the tall grass, creating shimmering patterns that sometimes mimicked the alien glow, sending false alarms through my system. I saw deer grazing peacefully, a family of raccoons waddling across the open space, birds flitting in and out of the trees. The wildlife seemed utterly unaffected, behaving as if the meadow was just as it always had been. This added another layer of confusion. Did they not notice, or were they just accustomed to it? I took dozens of photos, trying to capture the quality of the light, the textures of the landscape, anything that might be anomalous. I took meticulous notes on the weather, the temperature, the wind direction, hoping to find some correlating pattern. But the day was uneventful. The meadow remained stubbornly, infuriatingly normal. No hum, no light, no shimmering columns, just grass, trees, and the sounds of the forest. As the sun began to dip towards the western horizon, casting long purple shadows across the valley, a familiar dread began to creep in. Night was coming again, and with it, perhaps, the return of the unknown. I ate a cold meal from my rations, trying to conserve my limited supplies. My coffee thermos was empty. The thought of another night like the last one filled me with a cold dread, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to know if it was a one-time event, a fluke, or a regular occurrence. I positioned myself, binoculars at the ready, my gaze fixed on the center of the meadow. The light faded, the stars began to emerge, piercing pinpricks of light in the deepening blue. The air grew colder. The familiar night sounds began again, crickets, cicadas, the distant hoot of an owl. Everything was perfectly normal. Except I knew it wasn't. I watched, my eyes burning for any sign, any flicker, any change. The hours ticked by, agonizingly slow. 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. My heart pounded with each passing minute, anticipating, fearing, hoping. 12:03 a.m., the exact time it had started last night. I held my breath, my entire being focused on the meadow. Nothing. Absolute, profound silence, save for the natural symphony of the night. I felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that I wouldn't have to face that terror again so soon. Disappointment because it meant I had no answers, no pattern, no clue. Was it over? Had they simply left? Or was I just unlucky tonight? I was about to lower my binoculars, a weariness beyond exhaustion settling over me when I saw it. It wasn't the hum, it wasn't the light column. It was something far more subtle, far more disturbing. From the very center of the meadow, where the vessel had descended, a single solitary blade of grass began to glow. Faintly at first, a soft, internal luminescence, green-blue, almost imperceptible against the dark backdrop. It wasn't reflecting light, it was emitting asterisk it. Then another blade next to it began to glow, and another, and another. Slowly, almost painfully so, a small circle of grass, perhaps a foot in diameter, began to radiate the same eerie greenish-blue light. It was silent. There was no hum, no vibration, no ozone smell. Just the soft, steady glow, growing incrementally, like a nascent constellation forming on the forest floor. My breath caught in my throat. This was different. This wasn't a sudden, overwhelming display. This was a seed, a residue, a lingering presence. It was a sign that whatever had happened last night, it wasn't over. It was still here, or a part of it was. The glowing circle expanded, slowly, patiently, encompassing more blades of grass, more small wildflowers. It was a quiet, insidious expansion, not with force, but with a creeping, undeniable growth. It reminded me of a fungal bloom, but made of pure light. My mind raced. What was this? Was it charging something, absorbing something? Was it a beacon, a marker, a warning? The silence was profound. The glowing circle grew to perhaps 5 feet in diameter, a soft, ethereal carpet of light in the heart of the meadow. It pulsed ever so slightly, a gentle, slow rhythm that spoke of patience, of immense, unfathomable patience. It wasn't urgent like the display of the night before. This was a quiet assertion, a declaration. I watched, utterly transfixed, as the glowing circle settled into a steady, soft luminescence. It no longer expanded. It simply pulsed, softly, silently, a living heartbeat of alien light in the middle of my woods. It felt like a trap, an invitation, a mystery, and I was hopelessly drawn to it. I couldn't stay up here. I had to get closer. I had to investigate. My ranger training, usually so practical, was now driving me towards the inexplicable. I carefully packed my camera, my journal, my binoculars into my backpack. I grabbed my headlamp, my water bottle, and my field knife. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I descended the ridge. I descended the ridge, moving with exaggerated caution, each step slow and deliberate. The glowing circle in the meadow below seemed to grow brighter with every foot of elevation I lost, pulling me inexorably towards it. The air remained still, the night utterly silent save for the familiar sounds of the wilderness that now seemed to whisper a different, more ominous tune. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that echoed the pulsing light ahead. Reaching the valley floor, I moved towards the meadow's edge, keeping to the shadows of the pines. The glowing grass was now a distinct, vibrant greenish blue, a beacon in the darkness. It was mesmerizing, captivating, and deeply unsettling. As I got closer, a new sensation began to prickle at my skin, a subtle tingling, like static electricity in the air before a storm. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was certainly unnatural. I stopped at the tree line, about 20 yards from the glowing circle. The light illuminated the dew-kissed grass around it, creating an eerie, otherworldly halo. My headlamp remained off. I didn't want to add any unnecessary light to the scene, nor did I want to draw attention to myself. I pulled out my binoculars, bringing the glowing circle into sharp focus. Through the lenses, I could see individual blades of grass, each one emitting its own soft light, woven together to form the larger circle. The light seemed to originate from within the grass itself, not reflected from an external source. It was pure, contained energy. There was no visible source, no device, no apparatus, just blades of grass glowing. I lowered the binoculars, a knot forming in my stomach. This was unlike anything I had ever encountered, anything I had ever read about. It wasn't technology in a way I understood. It was something else, something organic, yet clearly controlled. The tingling sensation intensified. becoming a gentle hum that resonated in my very bones, similar to the hum of the previous night, but much softer, almost a whisper. It was a subtle vibration, a quiet resonance that seemed to communicate something without words. It felt less threatening, more inviting. This was the lure. Against every rational instinct, I found myself stepping out of the tree line. The cool, damp night air brushed against my face, carrying no discernible scent from the glowing circle. My boots sank slightly into the wet grass as I began to walk slowly towards the light. My mind screamed at me to stop, to retreat, but my feet kept moving, drawn by an irresistible curiosity, a primal need to understand. Each step brought me closer, and the light grew brighter, the hum more pronounced. The tingling sensation became a warmth, a gentle heat radiating from the ground through my boots up my legs. It wasn't an aggressive heat, not scalding, but a comforting, almost benign warmth, like standing by a gentle hearth on a cold night. It was disarming. I reached the edge of the glowing circle. The air directly above it shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion visible only when I focused intently. The grass within the circle stood a little taller, a little straighter than the surrounding blades. They pulsed with that soft, rhythmic glow, a living carpet of alien light. I knelt, my hands trembling slightly, and extended a finger towards a glowing blade. My mind raced, anticipating a shock, a burn, some violent reaction, but there was nothing. My fingertip brushed against the cool, damp grass. It felt perfectly normal, like any other blade of grass in the meadow, save for the fact that it was intensely luminous. There was no heat, no electric shock, no physical change to the grass itself. The light continued to emanate from it, unfazed by my touch. I pulled my hand back, bewildered. It was just glowing grass. But how? What powered it? Was it a form of bioluminescence? But I knew of no species that produced a light like this, so steady, so potent. I reached for my camera, carefully pulling it from my backpack. I knew these photos would be crucial. I framed a shot, adjusting the settings for low light, and clicked the shutter. The flash, though brief, seemed to momentarily overpower the natural glow of the grass, leaving a residual afterimage in my eyes. I took several more shots from different angles, trying to capture the subtle variations in light and texture. Then I paused, a thought striking me. My field journal. I needed to document this in real time with my own observations. I pulled it out along with a pen and began to write, describing the eerie beauty of the glowing circle, the soft hum, the warmth, the lack of any physical alteration to the grass itself. I noted the absence of the ozone smell, the crushing cold, the deafening roar of the previous night. This was a different kind of manifestation, more subtle, more insidious. As I wrote, perched on the edge of the glowing circle, I felt an almost overwhelming sense of peace. The earlier terror had receded, replaced by a profound curiosity and a strange feeling of being connected, absorbed by the tranquil power of the light. It was alluring, addictive. I found myself wanting to lie down in the middle of it, to let its warmth and light envelop me completely. The thought was unsettling. This feeling wasn't natural. It was too strong, too sudden. Was this a psychic effect, a form of manipulation? My ranger training, the part that dealt with identifying dangers and maintaining situational awareness, screamed a warning. This quiet, insidious allure might be more dangerous than the overt display of power I had witnessed before. I forced myself to stand, stepping back from the immediate edge of the circle. The sense of peace lessened slightly, replaced by a lingering echo of that warm, inviting feeling. I had to maintain my guard. I was an observer, not a participant. I spent the next hour meticulously documenting the circle. I measured its diameter, precisely 5 feet. I noted the specific species of grass and wildflowers glowing within it. I even tried to feel for any subtle air currents or magnetic fields, but my limited equipment wasn't sensitive enough. The only palpable effects were the light, the warmth, and the pervasive, almost hypnotic hum. As the night wore on, the glowing circle remained constant, its silent pulse a counterpoint to the chirping crickets and the rustling leaves. I set up my camera on a tripod, trying to capture a long exposure shot, hoping to reveal any subtle movements or changes in the light that my eyes might miss. Just before 3 a.m., as I was reviewing some of my camera's early images, a new element entered the scene. It wasn't dramatic, not at first. From the very center of the glowing circle, a tiny, faint ripple appeared, like a stone dropped into calm water. It expanded outwards, slowly, silently, through the glowing grass until it reached the edge of the circle. Then it reversed, contracting back to the center. It repeated this, a slow, mesmerizing expansion and contraction, a visual echo of the light's soft pulse. This was clearly a sign, a message, a signal, or simply a manifestation of whatever energy was at play. The hum intensified subtly, and the warmth emanating from the grass became a fraction stronger. The feeling of peaceful allure returned, tempting me closer again. I resisted the urge, instead forcing myself to focus, to observe clinically. The ripple pattern was intricate, symmetrical. It looked like a living mandala created by light. I pulled out my journal again, sketching the pattern, noting its rhythm and appearance. Then the ripples paused. The glowing grass remained still for a moment, and the hum seemed to hold its breath. My heart pounded, anticipating. From the very center of the circle, where the ripples originated, a single, impossibly fine filament of light began to rise. It was thinner than a strand of hair, almost invisible against the backdrop of the glowing grass, but it was there, distinct, rising slowly, steadily, straight upwards. It was the same greenish-blue hue as the grass, but intensely focused, like a miniature laser beam. It rose higher and higher, a column of pure light no wider than a needle, reaching towards the stars. It pierced the silent night sky, seemingly without end. It was so delicate, so fragile, yet possessed an undeniable power. My eyes followed it upwards, craning my neck. It seemed to vanish into the blackness of space itself. Was it a communication device, a data uplink, a bridge? The hum in my bones intensified, no longer a whisper but a resonant chord. The air around me grew colder, and the ozone scent returned, faint but unmistakable. This was a direct link, a connection to whatever entities had manifested last night. I stared at the delicate column of light, utterly transfixed. It wasn't aggressive, not threatening. It was an act of quiet purpose, a silent declaration of presence. I felt profoundly small, profoundly insignificant, watching this impossible tether connect my mundane world to something infinitely vast and mysterious. The filament of light remained suspended for a long time, perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps more. I watched, my neck aching, my eyes burning, not daring to look away. My camera was still set up for the long exposure, capturing the silent, glowing grass below, but it couldn't capture this ethereal thread reaching for the heavens. Then, as slowly and silently as it had risen, the filament began to retract. It descended smoothly, seamlessly, back into the glowing grass, disappearing without a trace, leaving no residual shimmer, no lingering afterimage. The hum softened, fading back to a whisper. The ozone scent dissipated, the cold snap lifted, and the gentle warmth from the glowing grass returned. The ripple pattern resumed its slow expansion and contraction as if nothing had happened. But something had asterisk happened. A connection had been made. A silent conversation had taken place right here in my meadow under my watch, and I was no closer to understanding it. The rest of the night passed without further incident. The glowing circle continued its gentle pulse. The ripples continued their slow dance. I remained awake, alert, but the overwhelming sense of wonder and the lingering allure of the light kept me from feeling truly afraid. It was as if the experience had imprinted something on me, a deep-seated acceptance of the inexplicable. As the first sliver of gray light began to paint the eastern sky, the glowing circle began to dim. Slowly, gradually, the intense greenish blue faded, blade by blade, until it was just ordinary grass wet with dew. By the time the sun peeked over the ridge, casting golden light across the meadow, there was no trace of the light, no hum, no warmth, no ozone. The grass was normal. The meadow was pristine. It was as if the night had been a dream, a vivid hallucination. But my camera, filled with dozens of luminous images, and my journal with its hurried sketches and frantic notes told a different story. It was real, all of it. I packed up my observation post on the ridge, the movements mechanical. My body was stiff, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep, but my mind was buzzing, 1,000 questions screaming for answers. I had witnessed something extraordinary twice, and now I had some form of proof, not physical evidence of a craft, but undeniable images of the glowing grass. My earlier plan to gather evidence had been successful, in a way, but the evidence itself was baffling. What did glowing grass prove? That I had seen something. It wouldn't stand up in any official report. It would just cement the belief that I was losing my mind. I returned to my original campsite. I needed to eat, to drink, to process. I brewed strong coffee, the aroma a welcome assault on my senses. I ate a hearty breakfast, trying to ground myself in the mundane rituals of my ranger life. But the mundane felt fragile, a thin veneer over a universe far more complex and terrifying than I had ever imagined. My 2-day patrol was officially over. I was supposed to report back to the ranger station, submit my logs, and return to my home. But I couldn't, not now, not when I was on the cusp of something. I opened my map, spreading it out on the ground next to my still warm campfire. Sector 7, the unnamed meadow, the old mining district, miles to the west. I traced the contours of the land, looking for patterns, for anomalies. The glowing grass, the filament of light, they suggested an energy source. The hum emanating from the ground strongly implied something subterranean. The old mining district. That was the only human-related underground activity in the region, abandoned decades ago. Was there a connection? I decided my next course of action. I wouldn't return to the station. I would use my remaining supplies, extend my patrol. I would head west towards the old mines. It was a long shot, a desperate guess, but it was the only lead I had. If something was drawing them here, if something was beneath the earth, the mines might hold a clue. This was a dangerous deviation from protocol. Going off-grid, extending a solo patrol without authorization, entering abandoned mines, these were all grounds for disciplinary action, if not immediate dismissal. But the stakes felt higher now, immeasurably higher. My job, my career, felt utterly trivial in the face of what I had discovered. I spent the morning replenishing my water, checking my gear, and carefully burying my campfire. My phone, which I rarely used in the wilderness, had no signal out here, of course. My field radio was still useless. I was truly on my own. By noon, I was ready. My pack was heavy, laden with extra rations, water, and emergency gear. I took one last look at the meadow, now bathed in innocent sunlight. It looked peaceful, inviting, utterly normal, but I knew its secret. I set off heading west deeper into Sector 7, towards the distant, forgotten mining district. The terrain grew rougher almost immediately, the trails less defined, overgrown with thick brush and tangled undergrowth. I moved with purpose, but also with a heightened sense of awareness, my eyes constantly scanning the forest, my ears straining for any sound out of place. The journey was arduous. The forest here was ancient and unforgiving. Fallen trees blocked my path, forcing me to detour. The ground was uneven, a mix of rocky outcrops and boggy patches. The air grew heavier, the silence deeper. The usual wildlife sounds seemed to recede, replaced by a strange, almost expectant quiet. I covered about 5 miles by late afternoon, pushing myself harder than I usually would. The sun began to dip, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. I knew I wouldn't reach the mining district before nightfall. I needed to find a campsite, a place of shelter. I stumbled upon a small, overgrown clearing, barely big enough for my tarp, sheltered by a cluster of gnarled, ancient oak trees. It felt isolated, remote, perfect. I quickly set up my rudimentary camp, gathering firewood for a small, cautious fire. The chill was setting in, and I needed the warmth and the psychological comfort of the flames. As darkness fell, I cooked a simple meal, my thoughts still consumed by the events of the previous nights. I reviewed the photos on my camera, the glowing grass a stark, undeniable image against the dark backdrop. It was proof, yes, but proof of what? A localized energy anomaly, a new species of bioluminescent plant. My rational mind still struggled to bridge the gap between glowing grass and alien visitation. But the memory of the immense, glowing craft, the shifting shadows within it, was too vivid to dismiss. The two phenomena felt connected, part of a larger, incomprehensible whole. I banked the fire, leaving it to burn down to embers, and retreated to my sleeping bag under the tarp. The forest sounds were different here, more primal, more untamed. There was no meadow, no subtle hum, just the whisper of the wind through the oak leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I lay awake for hours, straining my ears, waiting, but the night remained uneventful. No hum, no light, no strange cold, just the vast, indifferent darkness of the forest. The journey had clearly taken me away from the immediate area of whatever was happening in the meadow. This was good, I told myself. It bought me time, space. I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with fragmented dreams of glowing patterns and silent vessels. I woke before dawn, the air sharp and cold. A thin layer of frost coated the ground. I broke camp quickly, eager to continue my journey. My destination, the old mining district, was still a few miles away. The sun rose as I began to hike, its light painting the rugged landscape in shades of gold and amber. The terrain continued to challenge me, forcing me to navigate around fallen logs and through dense thickets. But with each mile, a sense of grim determination settled over me. I was on a mission, a self-appointed quest for answers. Around mid-morning, I began to see the first signs of human habitation, or rather, previous human habitation. The trees thinned out, revealing scarred earth, piles of loose rock, and the skeletal remains of old mining equipment, rusting derricks, collapsing wooden structures, piles of corrugated metal sheets. I had reached the old mining district. The air here felt different, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a metallic tang that spoke of long-abandoned industry. The silence was profound, broken only by the creak of rusting metal and the whisper of the wind through the empty structures. This was a ghost town, swallowed by the forest. I pulled out my map, orienting myself. The old district was vast, a network of forgotten shafts and tunnels, many unmarked, many unstable. My ranger training had always warned against entering abandoned mines. They were dangerous, prone to collapse, filled with toxic gases, and often home to dangerous wildlife. But I couldn't turn back now. My goal was to find the main shaft, or any prominent entry point, and see if there was anything unusual, anything that could be linked to the strange phenomena in the meadow. I began to explore, moving cautiously, my eyes scanning the ground for any signs, any clues. I found several collapsed adits, overgrown with brambles, their entrances sealed by fallen rock. I approached each one with caution, feeling for any vibrations, listening for any unusual sounds. Nothing, just the stagnant, earthy smell of decay. As I ventured deeper into the district, the ruins grew more substantial. I found the remains of an old assay office, its wooden walls caving in, its roof partially collapsed. Inside, shattered glass and rusted equipment lay scattered across the dirt floor. I moved through it quickly, finding nothing of interest. My internal compass, a deep-seated intuition developed over years in the wilderness, began to pull me towards a specific direction, deeper into the heart of the district, towards an area marked on my map as Main Shaft, Deep Vein. This was where the richest ore had been found, where the deepest tunnels had been dug. The path to the main shaft was barely discernible, a faint track winding through piles of tailings and crumbling rock walls. The air grew noticeably cooler as I approached, despite the bright sun. A faint, almost imperceptible hum began to register in the very periphery of my hearing, a subtle thrum that resonated in my bones. It was so faint I almost dismissed it as my imagination, a lingering phantom from the meadow. But it was there, and it was growing. I stopped, my heart pounding. This was it. This was the source. I followed the faint hum, my steps growing more cautious, my senses on high alert. The vegetation thinned out dramatically, replaced by stark, exposed rock faces scarred by years of mining. And then I saw it. The main shaft. It wasn't a hole in the ground, but a gaping maw in the side of a sheer rock face, covered by a precarious-looking, rusted metal grate. What remained of a wooden support structure stood crumbling around its entrance, testament to the passage of decades. A hand-painted sign, barely legible, still hung above it. Danger, keep out. The hum was louder here, undeniable, emanating from within the depths of the shaft. It was the same low, resonant thrum I had felt in the meadow, but deeper, more powerful, vibrating through the very rock beneath my feet. The air was noticeably colder, and a faint, acrid smell, similar to the ozone I had smelled near the vessel, hung heavy in the air. My ranger instinct, the one that screamed danger, abandoned mine, retreat, was battling fiercely with the intense, desperate curiosity that now consumed me. I knew the risks. I knew the dangers. But the answers were here, just beyond that rusted grate in the darkness. I approached the entrance, my hand instinctively going to the field knife on my belt. The grate was old, rusted, but it looked strong enough to deter casual entry. However, years of neglect and exposure to the elements meant it was undoubtedly weaker than it appeared. I examined the lock. It was a heavy-duty padlock, but so old and rusted that the shackle was almost completely fused to the body. A single, powerful kick would likely shatter it. I hesitated, my mind racing. This was a point of no return. Once I breached that entrance, I was no longer a ranger on a patrol. I was an intruder, a trespasser into something utterly unknown and potentially terrifying. But I had come this far. I had seen the impossible. I couldn't turn back now. The hum was a siren song promising revelation. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I raised my foot, aimed carefully at the rusted shackle, and kicked. The impact reverberated through my leg, but the old metal gave way with a screech and a groan. The shackle snapped, sending rusted fragments flying. The padlock fell to the ground, a lump of corroded iron. I grasped the heavy grate, pushing it open with a painful groan of hinges. It swung inward, revealing a yawning blackness beyond. A cold, damp gust of air, heavy with the smell of wet earth and something else, something subtly metallic and alien, washed over me. The hum was deafening now, vibrating through my entire body, rattling my teeth, resonating deep within my chest. My head throbbed with the pressure. The darkness within was absolute, swallowing what little light reached its entrance. This was it, the heart of the mystery. I reached for my headlamp, my fingers fumbling with the switch. I snapped it on, the powerful beam cutting a stark, blinding path into the darkness of the old mine shaft. Dust motes danced in the beam, illuminated like tiny stars. The air was thick, still, and laden with a chilling, palpable energy. The shaft sloped downward steeply, revealing crude timber supports. Many rotted, others completely collapsed, their beams splintered and broken. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, creating small, muddy puddles on the uneven floor. The air was heavy, damp, and freezing cold. And down there in the impenetrable darkness, the hum was a constant, overwhelming presence, a silent roar that promised answers or perhaps an ending. I stood at the precipice, my beam swallowed by the abyss, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Fear, cold and absolute, washed over me, but it was mixed with an almost desperate compulsion, a need to take that first step. I had to go in. I had to know. I stepped over the threshold, into the mouth of the mine, into the complete, oppressive darkness beyond the reach of the sun. The grate groaned shut behind me, the sound echoing ominously. I was inside, and I was utterly, irrevocably alone. My headlamp beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow, unstable tunnel. The timber supports were precarious, some barely holding, others completely gone, leaving gaping holes in the ceiling. The floor was slick with mud and standing water. Every step had to be carefully placed, every handhold tested. The hum was all around me, a physical presence, pressing in from the very rock. I moved slowly, deliberately, my senses on high alert. The cold was biting, an unnatural chill that seemed to penetrate my clothes and settle in my bones. The air was thick, heavy, making each breath a conscious effort. The metallic, ozone scent grew stronger, almost burning my nostrils. The tunnel twisted and turned, descending deeper and deeper into the earth. I passed side passages, dark gaping holes that looked even more unstable, even more dangerous. I ignored them, my focus fixed on the pervasive hum that seemed to emanate from the very core of the mountain. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps 20 minutes, the tunnel opened up slightly into a larger cavern. The air here was even colder, the hum even louder, almost deafening. My headlamp beam struggled to pierce the oppressive darkness of the space. It was vast, far larger than I had anticipated for a mining operation. As I swept my beam across the cavern, I saw the remains of more mining equipment, rusted picks, shovels, sections of track, all discarded and forgotten. But my attention was quickly drawn to something else, something far more compelling, far more terrifying. In the center of the cavern, partially obscured by shadows, stood a structure. It was massive, easily 30 feet tall, and seemed to be composed of the same greenish-blue light I had witnessed in the meadow. But here, underground, it wasn't a column of light, but a crystalline formation, a towering edifice of glowing energy, piercing the darkness like a giant, alien cathedral. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, in sync with the pervasive hum that filled the cavern. This was the source. This was the heart of it all. I took a shaky step forward, then another, drawn by the awe-inspiring, terrifying spectacle. The structure was incredibly intricate, a lattice of glowing lines and facets, shifting and flowing with internal light. It wasn't symmetrical in any human sense, but it possessed a profound, alien geometry that spoke of unimaginable complexity. And it was clearly not natural. It was asterisk built asterisk, or perhaps it had grown. As I got closer, the hum intensified to a roar, a physical force that vibrated through my entire body, blurring my vision. The cold was extreme, and the ozone smell was so strong it made my eyes water. Then, from within the glowing crystalline structure, I saw movement, shapes, not distinct figures, but rather distortions in the light, deeper shades of greenish blue, shifting and flowing within its depths. They were not static, they were alive, they were asterisk present. My breath hitched. This wasn't just a structure. This was an active, operational installation. And the vessel I had seen in the meadow, it hadn't just sunk into the ground. It had returned here. It had connected with asterisk this. I raised my camera, my hands shaking violently, trying to capture the impossible image. The flash, when it fired, was a feeble burst against the overwhelming light of the structure. I didn't care. I needed proof. I needed a record. My headlamp beam, weak against the overwhelming glow, suddenly flickered, and then it died. The cavern was plunged into absolute darkness, save for the terrifying, mesmerizing greenish-blue light of the alien structure. The hum filled the void, a pulsating roar that now felt less like an invitation and more like a warning. I was blind, I was alone, and I was deep underground, trapped with whatever this impossible thing was. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drum in the overwhelming alien light. And then from within the pulsing, glowing structure, the shifting shadows began to coalesce, to solidify, not into the vague, flowing forms I had seen before, but into distinct, tangible shapes. They were emerging, and they knew I was there. The abrupt darkness, save for the alien glow, was a punch to my gut. My vision swam, overwhelmed by the sudden loss of my headlamp's focused beam, then assaulted by the raw, unbuffered intensity of the pulsing structure. The greenish-blue light was no longer just a spectacle. It was my only source of illumination, and it was terrible. It carved grotesque shadows into the cavern walls, making the ancient rock seem to writhe. The hums, no longer merely loud, was a physical vibration tearing through me, making my teeth ache and my internal organs thrum with an unbearable pressure. Every nerve ending screamed. I was blind, deafened, and utterly disoriented, deep within the earth. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. My hands, slick with sweat, fumbled uselessly at my belt, searching for a secondary light source, a small keychain flashlight, anything. But my fingers found only the cold, hard grip of my field knife, a small, futile comfort against the unimaginable. Then, from within the pulsing, glowing structure, the shifting shadows solidified. They weren't vague distortions anymore. They were taking form, distinct and undeniable. My eyes, still struggling to adapt, tried to resolve the shapes. They were tall, slender, and seemed to be composed of the same greenish-blue light as the structure itself, but denser, more coherent, like living light, somehow solid yet translucent. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, gliding rather than walking, their forms shimmering at the edges, blurring the line between solid and ethereal. Two of them emerged first, detaching from the towering crystalline formation like drops of liquid light separating from a larger mass. They drifted silently towards the cavern floor, not falling, but descending with an impossible grace. As they touched down, there was no sound, no impact, no disturbance of the loose rock or mud. They simply were there, standing perhaps 50 feet from me, immense and terrifying. My breath hitched, my heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs, so loud I could almost hear it over the deafening hum. They were easily 10 feet tall, their forms humanoid but elongated, impossibly thin, almost skeletal. They had no discernible faces, no features I could make out, only smooth, luminous heads that tapered upwards. Their bodies were devoid of clothing or any recognizable appendages beyond long, graceful limbs. They were pure, silent presence, radiating an aura of immense, ancient power that made the air crackle. They turned their luminous, featureless heads slowly, smoothly in my direction. I felt it, not as a sight, but as an awareness, a consciousness. They knew I was there. They had known all along. The hum shifted, a subtle change in frequency that resonated deep in my chest, a feeling not unlike fear, but also something else, something akin to recognition. It was as if they were speaking, not with sound, but with pure vibration, a language of the soul. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a terror so profound it transcended mere survival instinct. I was witnessing something that defied every law of nature I knew, something that belonged to the realm of myth, not the tangible world of forest patrols and forgotten mines. One of the entities lifted an arm, a long, slender limb that ended not in a hand, but in a delicate, luminous taper. It extended towards me slowly, deliberately. There was no threat in the gesture, no aggression, yet it filled me with an unbearable dread. It was an invitation, perhaps, but an invitation to what? As the luminous appendage extended, a new sensation pierced through the hum and the cold. It was a thought, not my own, but a profound, alien impression that bloomed in my mind like a noxious flower. It wasn't in words, but in images, feelings, raw data. Observer, intruder, fear, curiosity. It was a probe, a silent, mental touch. My mind reeled under the assault, a torrent of incomprehensible data flooding my consciousness. I saw flashes of the meadow, of the stars, of the vessel, but twisted, refracted through an alien lens. I felt a sense of immense age, of journeys across unimaginable distances, of a purpose utterly beyond human grasp. The entity's arm stopped its extension, hovering perhaps 20 feet from me. The mental probe intensified, no longer just impressions, but a direct, intrusive presence sifting through my thoughts, my memories, my very being. I felt exposed, vulnerable, my entire life laid bare for these silent, glowing giants. They weren't judging me, they were asterisk categorizing. I saw my childhood, the vast forests of my youth, my choice of career, my quiet life as a ranger. It was all there, sifted through, understood in an instant. Then the feeling shifted. From my memories, it moved to my intentions. My fear, my desperate need for answers, my inherent protectiveness of the forest. They understood it all. The wave of mental intrusion receded as suddenly as it had come. The entity's arm lowered, and the profound, silent communication ceased. The hum remained, but it felt different now, no longer an overwhelming roar, but a resonant presence that seemed to acknowledge my existence. They continued to observe me, their luminous forms unmoving. I could feel their collective attention, a weight pressing down on me. I tried to breathe, to think, to comprehend. What had just happened? Had they read my mind, or had they simply observed the essence of my being? Then the first entity that had probed my mind took a step, or rather, it slid forward, gliding silently across the cavern floor towards the colossal crystalline structure. The second followed. They re-entered the glowing edifice, dissolving back into the shimmering light, becoming indistinct shadows once more. The pressure in my head lessened. The hum, while still present, became more bearable. The extreme cold, however, remained, and the ozone smell was still thick in the air. I was alone again, or at least, they were no longer directly confronting me. My legs finally gave way. I sank to my knees on the cold, damp ground, my body trembling uncontrollably. I gripped the field knife in my hand so tightly my knuckles were white. My mind was a whirlwind. This was real, more real than anything I had ever experienced. And they had just talked to me, without words. I knelt there for what felt like an eternity, my eyes fixed on the glowing structure, expecting them to re-emerge to continue their silent probing. But they didn't. The structure pulsed, constant and rhythmic, a giant alien heart beating in the depths of the earth. The shadows within shifted, but no new forms coalesced. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself back up to a standing position. I had to get out. I had to get out now. My mind was overwhelmed, but the primal instinct to survive, to escape the immediate threat, was reasserting itself. But which way was out? My headlamp was dead. The cavern was vast, and the only light came from the alien structure. I tried to remember the turns I had taken, the treacherous path I had navigated. It had been a winding, sloping descent. Getting out would mean an uphill climb, in near total darkness, through an unstable mine, with only the alien glow to guide me. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing thoughts. I had to move. I had to try. My only option was to retrace my steps, guided by the memory of the tunnel and the faint, unsettling light from the structure. I turned my back on the glowing behemoth, a difficult act of will, and began to shuffle forward, my hands outstretched, feeling for the rough rock walls. My boots slipped on the slick mud. The constant hum was my companion, a chilling reminder of what I was leaving behind and what might still be watching. The cavern floor was uneven, strewn with loose rocks and the skeletons of rusted mining equipment. I stumbled, scraped my hands against a sharp edge, but kept moving. The greenish-blue light from the structure, though intense, didn't penetrate far into the surrounding darkness. It merely cast long, eerie shadows that twisted and writhed with my movements. After what felt like an interminable amount of time, my outstretched hand found a smooth wooden surface, a timber support. This was it, the entrance to the tunnel. I entered the narrow passage, the oppressive darkness pressing in around me. The alien light from the cavern diminished almost immediately, becoming a faint glow behind me, a distant, terrifying memory. My headlamp remained stubbornly, terrifyingly dead. I was truly blind now, relying solely on my sense of touch, my memory of the path, and the faint, persistent hum that still resonated in the rock. The going was agonizingly slow. Each step was a gamble. The floor was slick with mud and water, and the broken timber supports were treacherous in the darkness. I scraped my shins, bumped my head against low-hanging rock, felt claustrophobia pressing in on me from all sides. The air was heavy, damp, and freezing. The hum was still there, but it began to recede, growing fainter with every upward step I took. It was a slow, painful climb, my muscles aching, my lungs burning in the heavy air. I clung to the hope of daylight, the thought of fresh air, the promise of escape. I passed the side passages, dark voids even more terrifying now that I couldn't see them properly. My imagination, fueled by fear and adrenaline, conjured horrors in their depths. I pushed forward, focusing on the rough texture of the rock, the feel of the rotted timbers, anything to ground me in the physical reality of the mine and away from the unimaginable reality of what I had just witnessed. After an eternity, a faint, almost imperceptible gray light appeared ahead. Not the greenish-blue glow, but a natural, ambient light. Daylight, hope. A profound wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. I pushed forward with renewed vigor, stumbling, crawling, desperate to reach the entrance. The gray light grew stronger, resolving into a distinct rectangle. The entrance, the rusted grate. I reached it, pushing against the heavy metal, which groaned in protest. It was still partially open, just as I had left it. I squeezed through the gap, my body aching, my clothes torn and muddy. The outside world hit me like a revelation. The crisp, clean air, the familiar scent of pine and damp earth, the bright, glorious sunlight filtering through the trees. It was still morning, later than when I had entered, but morning nonetheless. The world was normal. I stumbled out of the mine's maw, blinking against the sun, and collapsed onto the rough, scarred earth, gasping for breath. The hum was gone. The cold was gone. The overwhelming presence was gone. Only the profound, ringing silence remained, echoing in my ears, a phantom of the alien roar. I lay there for a long time, my chest heaving, my body trembling, trying to process, to reorient myself to the world I knew. The sun warmed my face, chasing away some of the chill that had seeped into my bones. The birds sang in the distance. It was all so utterly, stubbornly normal. But I was not normal. I was profoundly, irrevocably changed. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and protesting. I looked back at the mine entrance, the gaping black hole in the rock face, now harmless looking in the bright sunlight. But I knew the secrets it held. I knew what lay beneath. My eyes fell on my field pack, lying where I had dropped it outside the mine entrance. My camera, my journal, my proof. I scrambled towards it, pulling out the camera with shaking hands. I needed to see the photos I had taken of the crystalline structure. I needed to confirm it hadn't been a hallucination, a nightmare induced by fear and exhaustion. I powered on the camera and the screen lit up. The last few images were there, faint, blurry, taken in the overwhelming glow of the structure. They were indistinct, largely washed out by the alien light, but they were there asterisk, undeniable, a faint greenish-blue blur of impossible angles and shimmering energy. Not good enough for a definitive report, but proof enough for me, for my sanity. I fumbled for my journal and pen. I had to write this down, all of it. The confrontation, the silent communication, the terrible, awe-inspiring entities. I had to document everything before my mind, in its self-preservation, tried to rationalize it away. I sat there, hunched over my journal, my pen scratching furiously across the page, recounting the impossible encounter. The details flowed from me, raw and unfiltered. The height of the beings, their luminosity, their lack of features, the terrifying mental probe, the feeling of my entire life being laid bare. As I wrote, a strange clarity began to emerge from the chaos of my fear. They hadn't harmed me. They hadn't stopped me. They had simply observed, and then allowed me to leave. Why? The thought that bloomed in my mind was not my own, but an echo of the alien presence. A fragment, a lingering resonance from their mental probe. It wasn't a warning. It was a asterisk directive asterisk. The meadow, the glowing grass, the connection. This mine was the source, the anchor point. The meadow was the manifestation, the asterisk interface asterisk. They weren't just observing, they were asterisk doing something, and it was connected to the earth itself. The feeling from their probe, the vast age, the unimaginable distances, the profound purpose, it all coalesced into a single, chilling realization. They weren't here for a quick visit. They were asterisk of asterisk this place, in a way, connected to it, operating within it, and they had allowed me to see. More than that, they had asterisk implanted asterisk me with an understanding, a responsibility. My role as a ranger, a protector of the wilderness, suddenly took on a terrifying, cosmic dimension. I wasn't just protecting trees and animals. I was somehow involved in something far, far greater. I finished writing, my hand aching, my mind exhausted. I closed the journal, pressing it tight against my chest. I had to leave this place. I had to get back to the meadow, not to escape, but to understand what my new, terrifying responsibility entailed. I quickly packed my gear, my movements mechanical. I retrieved my dead headlamp, tucking it away. It was a symbol of my sudden vulnerability, my reliance on their light, on their presence. I couldn't stay in the mining district. It was too close to the direct source, too dangerous, too overwhelming. I needed to return to the meadow, to the interface. I needed to observe from a distance, to watch the glowing grass, to try and discern its purpose, its patterns. My original plan to return to the ranger station was now completely out of the question. Not only did I have impossible revelations, but I now carried a chilling understanding of their asterisk intention, or at least their tolerance. If I reported this, if I brought others here, I didn't know what the consequences would be. For me, for them, for the world. I felt a sudden, profound loneliness. I was alone in this. I checked my supplies. I had enough food and water for a few more days, maybe a week if I rationed carefully. It wouldn't be enough to fully understand, but it would be enough to observe, to try and piece together more of this cosmic puzzle. I set off, not back along the path I had come, but forging a new, slightly wider arc through the forest, heading generally east, towards the distant meadow. I wanted to put some distance between myself and the mine, but I didn't want to get lost. The journey was a blur of physical exertion and mental turmoil. My legs carried me forward, but my mind was still replaying the terrifying encounter, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of what I had seen and felt. The forest, once a place of comfort and solitude, now felt like a veil, hiding unimaginable secrets. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence, every rustle of leaves a whispered warning. By late afternoon, I reached the familiar terrain surrounding the unnamed meadow. I avoided my old campsite, choosing instead to ascend the ridge I had used for observation the previous day. I needed the high ground, the distance, the overview. I set up my rudimentary tarp shelter, my movements practiced and efficient. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with fiery colors, I positioned myself with my binoculars, my journal, and my camera. My gaze was fixed on the meadow below, a verdant carpet now bathed in the gentle, fading light. Night fell slow and inexorable. The stars emerged, brilliant and countless. The air grew cold, crisp. The familiar sounds of the wilderness began, the crickets, the cicadas, the distant hoot of an owl. Everything was perfectly normal. I watched and I waited, my heart hammered with a new kind of anticipation, no longer just fear, but a desperate need to understand, to witness, to learn. 12:03 a.m. came and went. Nothing. 1:17 a.m., the time the vessel had vanished. Nothing. The hours crawled by. The glowing circle, the delicate filament of light, none of it reappeared. The meadow remained silent, dark, and still. I felt a pang of disappointment, a strange sense of loss. After everything I had been through, after the revelation in the mine, I had expected something, a continuation, a sign. But there was nothing, just the vast, indifferent darkness of the night. Had they gone, had they packed up their terrestrial outpost and departed? Was my presence, my intrusion, the reason for their absence? Or was there a pattern I hadn't yet discerned, a cycle, a rhythm beyond my limited understanding? The mental echoes of their probe, the profound sense of connection to this place, argued against a simple departure. They were here for a reason, and they had let me live. They had communicated. I strained my eyes, scanning the meadow, searching for any anomaly, any flicker of light, any hint of the alien presence. My eyes burned, gritty with exhaustion and strain. As the first sliver of gray light began to appear on the eastern horizon, painting the sky with the promise of a new day, I felt a deep weariness settle over me. Another night of sleepless observation, another night without answers. I lowered my binoculars, massaging my temples. I needed to move, to stretch, to make some coffee. But just as I began to shift, a subtle movement caught my eye. Not in the meadow, not on the ground. It was high above, barely visible against the pre-dawn sky, a single, solitary point of light. It wasn't a star, it was moving. Slowly, steadily, descending from the blackness, growing incrementally brighter. My heart leaped into my throat. It was small, far too small to be the immense vessel I had witnessed, but it possessed the same eerie greenish-blue luminescence. It was a tiny, luminous speck, a seed of light against the vast canvas of the sky. It descended without sound, without a visible trail, a silent falling star of alien origin. It was coming down towards the meadow, towards the exact center where the glowing circle had appeared. This was a different kind of manifestation, smaller, quieter, more deliberate. My hands flew to my binoculars, bringing the descending light into sharp focus. As it drew closer, it resolved into a definite shape, though still small. It wasn't a ship. It was a single, perfect sphere of luminous greenish-blue energy, perhaps no larger than a tennis ball, radiating a soft, steady glow. It floated downwards, gently, impossibly slowly, like a feather drifting through the air. Its trajectory was precise, unerring. It was heading directly for the heart of the meadow. I held my breath, my entire being focused on the descending sphere. What was it? A probe, a messenger, a seed of alien intelligence. It reached the edge of the tree line, still descending, now clearly visible to the naked eye, a beacon of otherworldly light. The air grew colder, and that faint, metallic ozone scent, the signature of their presence, returned. The sphere floated silently over the meadow, perhaps 50 feet above the grass, moving towards the center. It paused there, hovering perfectly still, a silent, glowing orb suspended in the pre-dawn quiet. And then slowly, a change began. The sphere didn't move, didn't pulse. Instead, from its very core, a single, impossibly fine filament of light began to extend downwards, reaching towards the dew-kissed grass. It was the same needle-thin beam I had seen rise from the glowing circle, but now it was descending. It was a delicate, luminous thread, unspooling from the sphere, moving with agonizing slowness towards the meadow. It was a tether, a conduit, a connection being re-established. My mind raced. This was the process. This was how it started, not with a sudden, overwhelming display, but with a subtle, delicate connection. This was a direct interaction with the earth, a silent exchange. The filament touched the grass, precisely at the spot where the glowing circle had formed. There was no flash, no sound, no disturbance, just the silent, gentle connection. And then the grass began to glow. Not a circle this time, but a single, solitary blade directly beneath the filament began to emit the same soft, greenish-blue luminescence. Then another next to it, and another. The light spread slowly, patiently, radiating outwards from the point of contact, encompassing a small circle of grass, just as it had the night before. The glowing circle grew, a living carpet of alien light, expanding silently, inexorably, beneath the hovering sphere and its luminous tether. The hum, faint at first, began to return, a subtle vibration in the air, a whisper in my bones. This was the cycle, this was the pattern. The small sphere, the filament, the glowing grass, this was the prelude, and it was happening again. The sun began to crest the eastern ridge, casting long, golden fingers of light across the valley. The alien glow of the grass and the sphere intensified, as if drawing power from the rising sun itself. The meadow was now a canvas of impossible light, a quiet assertion of the unknown. I gripped my binoculars, my knuckles white. This was not a random event. This was a deliberate, ongoing process, and I had stumbled into the middle of it. The directive from the mine echoed in my thoughts: observe, protect. But protect from what, from whom, and for what purpose? I had no answers, only a profound, terrifying sense of being part of something far, far beyond my understanding. I knew with absolute certainty that my life as a simple forest ranger was over. I was now something else entirely, a witness, a guardian, a pawn in a game I didn't comprehend, and the game had just begun. I was utterly, irrevocably alone in this vast, silent wilderness, with only the impossible light in the meadow to guide me. I gripped my binoculars, my knuckles white. This was not a random event. This was a deliberate, ongoing process, and I had stumbled into the middle of it. The directive from the mine echoed in my thoughts: observe, protect. But protect from what, from whom, and for what purpose? I had no answers, only a profound, terrifying sense of being part of something far, far beyond my understanding. I knew with absolute certainty that my life as a simple forest ranger was over. I was now something else entirely, a witness, a guardian, a pawn in a game I didn't comprehend, and the game had just begun. I was utterly, irrevocably alone in this vast, silent wilderness, with only the impossible light in the meadow to guide me. As the sun climbed higher, painting the eastern sky in brilliant hues, the small, luminous sphere hovering above the meadow remained perfectly still, its greenish-blue glow seeming to absorb, rather than reflect, the nascent daylight. The fine filament of light, still connected to the glowing grass below, pulsed with a subtle energy. The circle of light in the grass had expanded, just like the night before, now about 5 feet in diameter, a vibrant, living carpet of alien energy. The hum was back, too, soft and resonant, a whisper in the morning air, a vibration in the ground beneath me. I watched, utterly transfixed, as the sphere and filament, the glowing grass, continued their silent operation for another hour. It was a quieter display than the dramatic emergence of the vessel, more focused, more deliberate. It felt like a calibration, a subtle energy exchange. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the filament began to retract. It drew back into the hovering sphere, coiling silently into its glowing core, disappearing without a trace. As it vanished, the glowing grass began to dim, blade by blade, its vibrant greenish blue fading back to ordinary, dew-kissed green. The hum softened, receded, and then was gone. The sphere, now disconnected, remained suspended for a few more moments, a silent, luminous orb in the brightening sky. It pulsed once, very faintly, like a lingering heartbeat. Then, with a gentle, graceful upward movement, it began to ascend. It moved slowly at first, then picked up speed, a silent, glowing star retreating into the vast blue. My binoculars followed it until it became a tiny speck, then winked out of existence, swallowed by the morning sky. The meadow was left pristine, untouched, just grass, trees, and the sounds of the waking forest. The last traces of cold and ozone dissipated with the morning breeze. It was as if a dream had unfolded, leaving no physical mark on the world, only an indelible imprint on my mind. I lowered my binoculars, my arms aching, my eyes gritty with exhaustion. Another night, another impossible event. But this time I had seen the beginning of the cycle. The pattern was emerging. The massive vessel, the full manifestation, was not a nightly occurrence. The small sphere, the glowing grass, the subtle connection, this was the regular interaction, the preparation. I needed to understand the timing, the frequency, and more importantly, the asterisk purpose asterisk. My earlier sense of terror had been replaced by a grim determination, a profound, almost spiritual need to comprehend. The mental directive from the mind, observe, protect, resonated with an unsettling clarity. I was no longer merely a witness. I was an unwilling participant, imbued with a new, terrifying responsibility. I packed up my temporary observation post, my movements stiff and deliberate. My ranger training, the meticulous planning and preparation for extended patrols, was now being repurposed for a mission far beyond its original intent. I had enough supplies for a few more days, maybe a week if I rationed. But if I was to become a long-term observer, a silent guardian of this unfolding secret, I would need more. Food, water, batteries, perhaps even more specialized equipment to detect subtle energy fluctuations or record sounds. Leaving the forest was not an option. Not now, not when I was on the verge of understanding. Bringing others here was equally unthinkable. The consequences for me, for them, for the world were too uncertain, too grave. I was alone in this. I descended the ridge, making my way to my original campsite. I brewed a strong pot of coffee, the aroma grounding me in the familiar. As I sipped the hot, bitter liquid, I opened my field journal. I meticulously recorded the events of the dawn, the sphere, the filament, the glowing grass, its retraction, the sphere's ascent. I sketched the sphere, the filament, the glowing pattern on the grass. Every detail, however small, was committed to paper. My camera was a crucial tool. I reviewed the photos of the glowing grass. They were clearer than the blurry images from the mine, undeniable proof of asterisk something. I needed to figure out how to take better photos of the sphere, of the filament if they returned. Maybe video. My camera had a video function, but it would drain the battery quickly. A new plan began to form. I would establish a permanent, camouflaged observation post on the ridge. Not just a tarp, but a more substantial, concealed hide. I would ration my supplies to the absolute minimum, prolonging my stay as much as possible. I would spend my days scouting the area, looking for other anomalies, other signs, expanding my understanding of the local environment. The directive to protect asterisk still gnawed at me. What exactly was I protecting? The site, the entities, humanity from the knowledge, the entities from humanity. It was a burden I never asked for, a terrifying weight on my shoulders. I decided to start by fortifying my observation post. I spent the rest of the day meticulously constructing a small, hidden shelter high up on the ridge. I used fallen branches, natural depressions, and thick layers of pine needles to create a structure that blended seamlessly with the environment. It was small, cramped, but offered excellent cover and a panoramic view of the meadow. I reinforced the roof with a sturdy tarp, ensuring it was waterproof and well concealed. Inside, I carefully arranged my sleeping bag, my gear, my camera, and my journal. This would be my new base of operations, my silent vigil. The day passed quickly, my mind absorbed in the physical labor, a welcome distraction from the existential dread. I ate a meager meal of jerky and a handful of nuts, conserving my remaining rations. As dusk approached, I returned to my hidden post, my gaze fixed on the meadow below. The sun set, painting the sky with fiery hues. The stars emerged. The air grew cold. The familiar sounds of the night began. I positioned my binoculars, my camera ready, my journal open. I waited. And waited. The hours crawled by, each minute a slow tick of the clock. 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. My heart pounded with a mix of anticipation and dread. Would they return? Was it a nightly cycle? Or did they have their own, more complex rhythm? 12:03 a.m. passed. Nothing. 1:17 a.m. Nothing. The meadow remained dark, silent, and still. I strained my eyes, searching for any flicker, any change, any hint of the greenish-blue glow, but there was nothing. Only the vast, indifferent darkness of the forest, the familiar sounds of night, a cruel mockery of normalcy. I felt a strange pang of disappointment, a deep sense of frustration. After all I had seen, all I had endured, to be left in the dark felt like a cruel joke. Had my intrusion at the mine changed something? Had my presence at the meadow been detected, causing them to alter their schedule, their operations? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I was supposed to observe asterisk, not interfere. As the first sliver of gray light appeared on the eastern horizon, painting the sky with the promise of a new day, I felt a deep weariness settle over me. Another night of sleepless observation, another night without answers. The small sphere had not returned. The glowing grass had not manifested. I lowered my binoculars, massaging my temples. I needed to move, to stretch, to make some coffee. But just as I began to shift, a subtle movement caught my eye. Not in the meadow, not on the ground. It was high above, barely visible against the pre-dawn sky, a single, solitary point of light. It wasn't a star. It was moving. Slowly, steadily, descending from the blackness, growing incrementally brighter. My heart leaped into my throat. It was small, far too small to be the immense vessel I had witnessed, but it possessed the same eerie greenish-blue luminescence. It was a tiny, luminous speck, a seed of light against the vast canvas of the sky. It descended without sound, without a visible trail, a silent falling star of alien origin. It was coming down towards the meadow, towards the exact center where the glowing circle had appeared. This was a different kind of manifestation, smaller, quieter, more deliberate. My hands flew to my binoculars, bringing the descending light into sharp focus. As it drew closer, it resolved into a definite shape, though still small. It wasn't a ship. It was a single, perfect sphere of luminous greenish-blue energy, perhaps no larger than a tennis ball, radiating a soft, steady glow. It floated downwards, gently, impossibly slowly, like a feather drifting through the air. Its trajectory was precise, unerring. It was heading directly for the heart of the meadow. I held my breath, my entire being focused on the descending sphere. What was it? A probe, a messenger, a seed of alien intelligence. It reached the edge of the tree line, still descending, now clearly visible to the naked eye, a beacon of otherworldly light. The air grew colder, and that faint, metallic ozone scent, the signature of their presence, returned. The sphere floated silently over the meadow, perhaps 50 feet above the grass, moving towards the center. It paused there, hovering perfectly still, a silent, glowing orb suspended in the pre-dawn quiet. And then slowly, a change began. The sphere didn't move, didn't pulse. Instead, from its very core, a single, impossibly fine filament of light began to extend downwards, reaching towards the dew-kissed grass. It was the same needle-thin beam I had seen rise from the glowing circle, but now it was descending. It was a delicate, luminous thread, unspooling from the sphere, moving with agonizing slowness towards the meadow. It was a tether, a conduit, a connection being re-established. My mind raced. This was the process. This was how it started, not with a sudden, overwhelming display, but with a subtle, delicate connection. This was a direct interaction with the earth, a silent exchange. The filament touched the grass, precisely at the spot where the glowing circle had formed. There was no flash, no sound, no disturbance, just the silent, gentle connection. And then the grass began to glow. Not a circle this time, but a single, solitary blade directly beneath the filament began to emit the same soft, greenish-blue luminescence. Then another next to it, and another. The light spread slowly, patiently, radiating outwards from the point of contact, encompassing a small circle of grass, just as it had the night before. The glowing circle grew, a living carpet of alien light, expanding silently, inexorably, beneath the hovering sphere and its luminous tether. The hum, faint at first, began to return, a subtle vibration in the air, a whisper in my bones. This was the cycle, this was the pattern. The small sphere, the filament, the glowing grass, this was the prelude, and it was happening again. The sun began to crest the eastern ridge, casting long, golden fingers of light across the valley. The alien glow of the grass and the sphere intensified, as if drawing power from the rising sun itself. The meadow was now a canvas of impossible light, a quiet assertion of the unknown. I gripped my binoculars, my knuckles white. This was not a random event. This was a deliberate, ongoing process, and I had stumbled into the middle of it. The directive from the mind echoed in my thoughts: observe, protect. But protect from what, from whom, and for what purpose? I had no answers, only a profound, terrifying sense of being part of something far, far beyond my understanding. I knew with absolute certainty that my life as a simple forest ranger was over. I was now something else entirely, a witness, a guardian, a pawn in a game I didn't comprehend, and the game had just begun. I was utterly, irrevocably alone in this vast, silent wilderness, with only the impossible light in the meadow to guide me. The pattern was clear now. The sphere, the filament, the glowing grass. This was a nightly ritual, a delicate, silent process. The massive vessel, the one that had terrified me so completely, must be an infrequent visitor, perhaps only appearing when a larger transfer or more significant operation was required. This smaller scale, consistent presence was the foundation. I spent the entirety of the next day in my hidden observation post, meticulously documenting every detail. I sketched the path of the sphere's ascent and descent, noting the exact timing. I recorded the rate of the grass's luminescence, its expansion and contraction. I even tried to capture the subtle shifts in the hum, though it was too faint and abstract to quantify precisely. My camera battery was draining. but I prioritized capturing images of the sphere and the filament. This, I reasoned, was the clearest, most undeniable proof. My rations were dwindling. 2 more days, perhaps 3, if I ate only a single small meal. Water was still plentiful from a nearby spring, but food was becoming a critical concern. If I was to continue my vigil, I would need more supplies. The thought of leaving, even for a brief trip to the nearest town for provisions, filled me with dread. What if something significant happened while I was gone? What if the large vessel returned? That evening, as darkness fell, the sphere descended again, precisely at the same time as the previous morning, just before dawn. The ritual was repeated: the silent descent, the filament, the glowing grass, the subtle hum, the cold air, the faint ozone. And then, with the full rise of the sun, the retraction and ascent. The predictability of it was both comforting and profoundly unsettling. It meant I was understanding, but also that this was a deeply ingrained, long-term operation. I realized I was caught in a profound ethical dilemma. My duty as a ranger compelled me to report unusual activity, but what I had witnessed transcended any protocol. Reporting it would unleash unimaginable chaos and likely lead to my immediate dismissal, or worse, incarceration in some black site for psychiatric evaluation. And if the authorities did believe me, the meadow would be swarmed, the site compromised, and the entities, whatever their purpose, would be disturbed, potentially violently. The directive protect echoed in my mind. It wasn't just about the forest. It was about this secret, this fragile, unfolding truth. I had to keep observing. I had to understand more, but my supplies wouldn't last. I needed a plan. The solution came to me on the 3rd day of my extended vigil, a desperate, risky idea that went against every rule I had ever learned. There was an old, rarely used ranger outpost about 15 miles further into Sector 7, deep in an even more remote part of the wilderness. It was a single cabin, stocked with emergency supplies, basic rations, and communication equipment for rangers on extended patrols in extreme conditions. It was meant to be a last resort, a lifeline in emergencies. Going there for supplies without authorization was a serious breach of conduct, but it was the only way to avoid leaving the forest entirely. It would take me a full day to hike there and another day back, 2 full nights away from the meadow, 2 nights where I risked missing something vital. The risk was immense, but the alternative was to starve and abandon my post. I made the decision. I would leave at first light tomorrow, push myself to reach the outpost by nightfall, grab what I needed, and return the following day. I would have to trust that the daily cycle of the sphere and glowing grass would continue, undisturbed. The next morning, after the sphere had completed its delicate work and retreated into the sky, I broke camp. I carefully hid my tarp shelter, camouflaging it with fresh pine boughs, ensuring it would remain unseen. I packed my remaining jerky, a few dried fruits, and my water bottle. My camera and journal were secured in my pack. My field knife remained on my belt. I set off with a heavy heart, heading deeper into the trackless wilderness of Sector 7. The terrain was even more challenging here, far from any established trails. I moved with a relentless urgency, pushing my body to its limits. The forest was thick, silent, and watchful. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. My mind raced, filled with anxiety about leaving the meadow, but also a growing sense of purpose. The hike was brutal. I navigated dense thickets, climbed steep, rocky inclines, and crossed several fast-flowing streams. The sun beat down relentlessly, making the heavy air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. My muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed through the pain, fueled by the knowledge of what awaited me back at the meadow. By late afternoon, I was utterly exhausted. My legs ached, my throat was parched, and my vision blurred with fatigue. But then through a clearing in the trees, I saw it, the small, sturdy outline of the ranger outpost cabin. It was nestled in a small valley, surrounded by ancient firs, its windows dark and uninviting. Relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over me. I stumbled the last few yards, reaching the cabin door. It was locked with a heavy padlock, but this one was standard issue, and I had a key on my ranger keyring. My hands trembled as I inserted the key, turned it, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The cabin was dark and musty, smelling of old wood and disuse, but it was shelter, and it held supplies. I dropped my pack and quickly moved to the storage shelves, grateful for the familiar order of ranger-issued provisions. Canned goods, dried foods, medical supplies, new batteries, a fresh stack of field journals. It was a treasure trove. I quickly gathered what I needed: enough food for 2 weeks, extra batteries for my camera and dead headlamp, a spare flashlight, a few water purification tablets, and a basic first aid kit. I refilled my water bottle from the cabin's hand pump, drinking deeply, the cold water a balm to my parched throat. As I worked, my eyes scanned the small cabin. There was a basic field radio, a more powerful model than my portable unit. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the mic, a direct link to HQ. I could report everything right now. But the memory of the luminous entities in the mind, their silent probe, the overwhelming sense of asterisk protect, held me back. I couldn't, not yet, not until I understood more. The risk was too great. I finished gathering my supplies, repacking my now significantly heavier backpack. I also grabbed a pair of night vision binoculars, a specialized piece of equipment rarely issued for routine patrols, but stored here for emergency use. This would be invaluable for observing the sphere in low light. Before leaving, I took out my camera and scrolled through the images of the glowing grass and the sphere. I then aimed it at the cabin's empty interior, taking a few photos. I also took a picture of my Ranger ID and a timestamp, an internal record that I had been here, that I was still alive. It was a small act of defiance against the overwhelming secrecy I was now bound by. I locked the cabin door behind me, the click of the padlock echoing in the silent forest. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the valley. I couldn't continue my hike back to the meadow in the dark, not through this treacherous terrain. I would have to spend the night here, a second night away from my vigil. I found a sheltered spot near the cabin, opting not to stay inside, feeling a strange aversion to its confined space after the cavern. I quickly set up my tarp shelter, built a small, smokeless fire, and cooked a hot meal from my newly acquired rations. The warmth of the food, the comfort of a full stomach, was a welcome relief. As darkness fell, I found myself strangely restless. The cabin, though safe, felt too isolated, too far from the pulsing heart of the mystery. My mind kept returning to the meadow, to the silent operations unfolding there. Was the sphere descending tonight? Was the grass glowing? Was I missing something crucial? I lay awake for hours, straining my ears, but there was nothing unusual, just the familiar sounds of the wilderness. I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, dreams of glowing spheres and silent, judging giants filling my mind. I woke before dawn, a sense of urgency propelling me out of my sleeping bag. I quickly broke camp, packed everything, and set off before the sun had fully risen. The return hike was just as brutal as the journey here, but I pushed myself harder, driven by the fear of missing something. I navigated the rough terrain with renewed determination. my new supplies adding significant weight to my pack. My body ached, but my mind was fixed on the meadow. By late afternoon, I reached the familiar ridge overlooking the valley. I was exhausted, but a wave of relief washed over me as I saw the verdant carpet of the meadow spread out below. My hidden observation post was still there, undisturbed. I quickly scrambled up to it, dropping my heavy pack with a groan. I pulled out my binoculars, my heart pounding, and immediately scanned the meadow. Nothing, just the tall grass swaying in the gentle breeze, bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun. No lingering glow, no sign of recent activity. I felt a pang of disappointment, but also a sense of reassurance. The cycle, whatever its rhythm, hadn't been broken. My 2 nights away hadn't coincided with a major event, or at least, not the full manifestation of the vessel. As darkness fell, I set up my night vision binoculars, the specialized equipment a crucial upgrade. The meadow below, normally an indistinct dark expanse, was now revealed in ghostly green hues. Every blade of grass, every rustle of an animal was visible. This would be invaluable for observing the subtle details of the sphere's descent and the grass's glow. The hours ticked by slowly, each one a test of my patience. I ate another meager meal, sipping hot water. My mind was sharp, alert, despite the physical exhaustion. Midnight came and went, then 1 a.m., 2 a.m., still nothing. I felt a growing apprehension. Had my absence caused them to alter their schedule? Had my intrusion at the mine been more significant than I thought? Just after 3 a.m., my night vision binoculars picked up a faint anomaly. High above the meadow, a tiny speck of heat, a slight disturbance in the otherwise uniform coldness of the night sky. It was too distant to resolve visually, but the thermal signature was there, unmistakable. My heart leaped into my throat. They were here, or something was. I switched back to my optical binoculars, straining my eyes, and there it was, a tiny, almost invisible point of greenish-blue light, far, far above, descending slowly, steadily towards the meadow. It was the sphere. It was back. A profound sense of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of renewed determination. I hadn't missed it. The cycle continued. I documented everything meticulously, using both my regular and night vision binoculars, my camera, and my journal. The sphere descended, the filament unspooled, the grass began to glow. The hum returned, soft and resonant. The cold, the ozone, all the subtle signatures were back. It was a familiar, terrifying ballet. This time, with the night vision, I could see even more detail. The individual blades of grass seemed to shimmer with an internal light, almost like tiny fiber optics. The filament of light was impossibly thin, yet seemed to pulse with a focused energy. The sphere itself had a faint, almost translucent aura around it. I spent the next 2 weeks in a relentless cycle of observation and documentation. Every dawn, the sphere descended, connected, activated the grass, and then retreated with the rising sun. Every day I scouted the area, looking for new clues, expanding my understanding of the meadow's subtle energy field. I took hundreds of photos, filled dozens of pages in my journal. My existence had become a silent, solitary vigil. My supplies from the outpost were holding out, but barely. My coffee was long gone, replaced by hot, plain water. My meals were strictly rationed. My body was growing thin, my face gaunt, but my mind was sharper than ever, focused with an almost obsessive intensity on the enigma before me. I noticed subtle patterns. The glow of the grass seemed to fluctuate slightly with the phases of the moon. The hum intensified on cloudy nights, almost as if the atmospheric conditions affected its resonance. The wildlife, still seemingly oblivious to the daily ritual, continued their routines, an unsettling contrast to the alien operations unfolding beneath their noses. One evening, about 2 weeks into my extended vigil, a new thought began to form in my mind, a chilling whisper that echoed the mental probe from the mine. The grass, the connection, it's not just a transfer, it's a growth, a cultivation. The phrase sent a shiver down my spine. Cultivation. What were they cultivating? Energy, information, or something else entirely? The memory of the metallic ozone scent, the subtle variations in the cold. It wasn't just energy, it was asterisk processing. The earth, the meadow, the grass, it was all part of a larger system, and they were tending to it. My new night vision binoculars allowed me to see the individual blades of grass more clearly than ever. I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible growth pattern. The glowing grass was not just luminous, it seemed slightly greener, slightly more vibrant than the surrounding blades, even after the glow had faded. It was subtle but undeniable. My mind raced, connecting the dots. The deep vein mine, the subterranean crystalline structure, the massive vessel, the small sphere, the glowing grass. It was all a single, interconnected system. The mine was the energy source, or perhaps the anchor. The meadow was the interface, the surface manifestation. And the grass was being enhanced, changed. My initial fear began to transform into something else, a profound sense of responsibility mixed with a growing unease. What was the ultimate goal of this cultivation? What would it yield? And what would it mean for the forest, for the planet, for humanity? The entities in the mine had observed me, probed my thoughts, and then allowed me to leave with a subtle directive. Observe, protect. They hadn't told me what asterisk to protect or from whom asterisk. But now, looking at the subtly changing grass, I began to wonder if the protection was not from asterisk them, but for asterisk them, or for their process. I realized I was no longer a simple observer. I was implicated, a silent accomplice in a cosmic agricultural experiment. My ranger instincts, once focused on protecting the natural order, were now hopelessly entangled in an alien agenda. I was no longer sure what was natural and what was being altered. The lines were blurring. As the third week of my vigil drew to a close, my supplies were critically low. I was down to my last few energy bars, my last water purification tablets. My camera battery was flashing red, threatening to die at any moment. I couldn't risk another trip to the outpost. The physical toll was too great, and the risk of being away for 2 nights was now intolerable. I had to make a decision. I had to leave, not forever, but long enough to resupply. I needed to get back to civilization, discreetly, quickly, and return. But how? And what if I was wrong about the cycle? What if the full manifestation happened while I was gone? The thought gnawed at me. I couldn't leave. I wouldn't. Not until I understood more. Not until I had a better grasp of the schedule, the purpose. I began to think about my emergency beacon, stored in my pack, a distress signal. It would bring help, but it would also bring scrutiny, questions, unwanted attention. It was a last resort for when life was truly in danger. Was I in danger? From the entities, perhaps not directly. From the knowledge, from the isolation, from the desperate situation I found myself in? Undoubtedly. I spent another sleepless night, huddled in my tarp, staring at the green-tinged meadow through my night vision binoculars. The sphere descended, performed its ritual, and ascended with the dawn. The grass glowed. The hum vibrated. It was relentless, methodical. As the sun rose on what would be my last full day of supplies, a new, unsettling detail caught my attention. As the grass's glow faded and the sphere began its ascent, a subtle distortion appeared in the air, directly above the center of the meadow. It was almost invisible to the naked eye, a shimmer like heat haze, but it persisted for a full minute after the sphere had vanished. I focused my night vision on it, then my regular binoculars. It was a lingering imprint, a subtle energy signature, and it was slowly, almost imperceptibly, expanding outwards from the center of the meadow. Not rapidly, not dramatically, but a slow, creeping spread. It was as if the sphere's daily ritual was leaving behind a residue, a faint, ethereal ripple on the fabric of the meadow. This was new, this was different. This wasn't just a localized effect, this was an asterisk expansion. My blood ran cold. The cultivation wasn't contained, it was spreading. What would happen when it reached the tree line? What would happen when it reached the river? The directive protect took on a terrifying new urgency. If this was spreading, it meant the process, whatever it was not static. It was active, dynamic, and it was growing. I had to understand the nature of this expansion. I had to map it. I had to monitor its rate, but my resources were exhausted. I had nothing left. I sat there watching the subtle shimmer in the air slowly dissipate with the strengthening daylight, a profound sense of despair settling over me. I was at the end of my rope, physically, mentally, emotionally. I couldn't stay, and I couldn't leave. The ranger in me, the part that was methodical and practical, began to seek alternatives. What could I do with no supplies, no power for my camera, no food? Then a thought, cold and unsettling, entered my mind, a recollection from my time in the mine. The entities, their silent communication, their probe, they had understood me, my fear, my curiosity, my protectiveness. And they had let me go. They had, in a way, chosen me. The idea was terrifying. Could I communicate with them? Could I seek understanding or even assistance? The thought bordered on madness. But what other option did I have? I was trapped, starving, and burdened with a secret that threatened to overwhelm me. I looked at the meadow, then at the sky, at the spot where the sphere always appeared. What if they were aware of my situation? What if this expansion, this subtle change was a test, a signal? I remembered the quiet, inviting warmth of the glowing grass, the feeling of peace it had instilled in me. It wasn't overtly hostile. It was mysterious, yes, but not inherently malicious. A desperate, audacious plan began to form in my mind. It was insane, reckless, and could easily lead to my death or worse. But it was the only path forward. I would attempt to initiate contact. Not by shouting, not by a distress signal, but by a gesture, a desperate offering of myself. I would go to the meadow. I would go to the exact center, where the sphere descended, where the grass glowed, and I would wait. I would present myself openly, without fear, without aggression. I would show them I was here, willing to learn, willing to understand. It was a gamble of unimaginable proportions, but I had nothing left to lose. I spent the rest of the day preparing for this desperate act. I emptied my backpack, taking out anything that could be perceived as a weapon or a threat. My field knife, my spare flashlight, even my camera. I left them all at my hidden post, carefully concealed. I would go to them unarmed, vulnerable, an offering of trust. I wore my ranger uniform, the only clean clothes I had left, a symbol of my original purpose, my connection to this land. It was a plea, a silent message. I am a steward. I mean no harm. I want to understand. As dusk settled, a profound calm descended over me, replacing the gnawing anxiety. The decision had been made. The path, however perilous, was set. I was no longer passively observing. I was actively engaging. I hiked down the ridge, my footsteps echoing in the deepening silence. The meadow stretched before me, dark and indistinct, waiting. The stars began to emerge, sharp pinpricks of light in the vast, inky canvas of the sky. The air grew cold, crisp. I walked towards the center of the meadow, my boots brushing against the dew-laden grass. Each step was deliberate, a ritualistic approach to the unknown. I reached the exact spot where the sphere descended, where the grass glowed. It was just an ordinary patch of grass now, silent and dark. I stood there in the heart of the meadow, in the vast, indifferent darkness, utterly alone. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a tiny, insignificant speck against the backdrop of the towering pines and the infinite cosmos. I waited. The hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. The crickets chirped, an owl hooted in the distance. The wind rustled the pine needles. Everything was normal, too normal. My body grew cold, stiff from standing motionless. Doubt began to creep in, a chilling whisper in my mind. Was this madness? Had the isolation, the fear? Was this madness? Had the isolation, the fear, the relentless tension finally broken me? I stood there, a solitary figure in the vast, indifferent darkness, a silent, desperate plea hanging unspoken in the frigid night air. The crickets chirped, the wind sighed through the pines, and an owl hooted, its call a lonely counterpoint to the frantic drum of my own heart. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a distant twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, but no alien presence manifested. Minutes stretched into hours, each one a test of my dwindling resolve. My body grew stiff, the cold seeping into my bones despite the layers of my ranger uniform. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, scanning the featureless expanse of the meadow, straining for any sign. My initial calm began to crack, replaced by a creeping despair. Had I miscalculated? Had they decided I was a threat or simply irrelevant? Had my desperate gamble been in vain? Just as the first hint of pre-dawn gray began to paint the eastern horizon, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer caught my eye. High above, barely distinguishable from the fading stars, a tiny point of greenish-blue light emerged. It wasn't the sudden, dramatic appearance of the massive vessel, but the familiar, gentle descent of the small sphere. My breath hitched. It was here. It was happening, and I was standing directly in its path. The sphere descended slowly, silently, a silent falling star of alien origin, growing incrementally brighter with each passing moment. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs, but a strange sense of exhilaration mixed with the terror. This was it, the moment of truth. I forced myself to remain still, my arms relaxed at my sides, my posture open, a silent invitation. The air grew colder, and that faint, metallic ozone scent, the signature of their presence, returned, a subtle burn in my nostrils. The sphere floated silently over the meadow, its trajectory unerring, heading directly for me. It was perhaps 50 feet above the grass, hovering perfectly still when it stopped, directly above my head. The light from the sphere enveloped me, a soft, ethereal greenish-blue glow that rendered the surrounding darkness into deep, shifting shadows. It wasn't blinding, but it was intensely pervasive, illuminating every blade of grass around me, every detail of my uniform. I could feel the cold radiating from it, and the faint, familiar hum began to vibrate through the ground, up my legs, into my very bones. I looked up, my eyes fixed on the glowing orb. It was about the size of a tennis ball, exquisitely perfect, radiating an internal light that seemed to draw all other light into itself. It pulsed, softly, slowly, a living heart of alien energy. I waited, holding my breath, my mind a blank slate, open to whatever came next. Then slowly, a change began. From the very core of the sphere, the impossibly fine filament of light began to extend downwards, unspooling with agonizing slowness, reaching towards the top of my head. It was the same needle-thin beam I had seen rise and descend from the glowing circle, but now it was directed at me asterisk. My mind screamed. Every survival instinct urged me to duck, to flee, to break contact. But I stood firm, rooted to the spot by a desperate, unwavering resolve. This was my choice, my gamble. I would face it. The delicate, luminous thread moved with excruciating slowness, a tether of pure energy, descending closer and closer. I felt a subtle tingling sensation as it neared, like static electricity dancing on my skin. My hair felt it first, a faint pull, then my forehead, and then it touched. There was no pain, no shock, no physical sensation beyond the lightest, most ephemeral contact. It felt like a single strand of cobweb, impossibly fine, brushing against my skin. But the moment it connected, the hum intensified dramatically, not to a painful roar, but to a profound, resonant chord that filled my entire being, bypassing my ears and vibrating directly inside my skull. The cold, the ozone scent, all intensified. And then the thoughts came. Not in words, not in images, but in pure, raw data, a torrent of information and sensation that flooded my consciousness, overwhelming my senses. It was a direct, unfiltered download, a communion of minds that shattered the fragile boundaries of my human perception. I saw the universe not as a collection of stars, but as a vast, interconnected web of energy, of life, of purpose. I felt immense age, the slow, relentless march of cosmic time, the birth and death of suns, the silent dance of galaxies. I felt journeys across unimaginable distances, not in vessels, but as shifts in consciousness, traversals through dimensions I couldn't begin to comprehend. The entities from the mind, those tall, luminous forms, were not individuals in the human sense. They were aspects of a collective, extensions of a singular, vast consciousness, and they were not just observers, they were gardeners. The purpose of the meadow, the glowing grass, the deep mine, it all snapped into agonizingly clear focus. This entire forest, this planet, was part of a larger ecosystem, a cosmic garden they tended. The mine was not just an energy source. It was a root system, drawing vital nutrients and rare elements from the Earth's core, processing them. The subterranean crystalline structure was the heart, the processing center, converting raw terrestrial energy into something else. The massive vessel was a harvester, collecting the purified output, and the small sphere, the filament, the glowing grass, that was the interface, the delicate cultivation. They were enhancing the life force of the planet, not for exploitation, not for destruction, but for a profound, intricate purpose beyond human comprehension. They were nurturing it, guiding its evolution, subtly shaping its energy signature to contribute to a vast interstellar network of life. The expansion I had noticed, the subtle shimmer spreading outwards, that was the growth of their cosmic garden. And humanity, we were not a threat, not a resource, not even a true blip on their radar. We were a nascent species, a volatile, fascinating, but ultimately primitive element of this vast ecosystem. Our existence, our struggles, our conflicts, they were like the frenetic activity of ants in a grand, ancient forest. Interesting, perhaps, but not directly relevant to their millennia-spanning work. The directive protect echoed again in my mind, but now with a chilling new meaning. It wasn't about protecting them from humanity or humanity from them. It was about protecting the process *, protecting * the garden, and by extension, protecting the fragile, nascent life that was Earth itself as it evolved under their silent, guiding hand. My role was to prevent disruption, to maintain the delicate balance, to ensure the growth continued unimpeded. I was a gardener, too, but for a garden I could barely comprehend. The mental download receded slowly, gracefully, leaving behind an echo, a resonance, a profound, terrifying understanding that now formed the very core of my being. The filament of light retracted from my forehead, unspooling back into the sphere, disappearing without a trace. The hum softened, the cold lessened, the ozone dissipated. The light from the sphere remained, bathing me in its greenish-blue glow. I stood there, trembling not from fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of the revelation. My entire universe had been irrevocably expanded, my purpose utterly redefined. The sphere hovered above me for a few more moments, pulsing faintly, like a lingering heartbeat. Then, with a gentle, graceful upward movement, it began to ascend. It moved slowly at first, then picked up speed, a silent, glowing star retreating into the vast blue. My eyes, still blurry with unshed tears and the afterimage of cosmic truth, followed it until it became a tiny speck, then winked out of existence, swallowed by the rising sun. The meadow was left pristine, untouched, just grass, trees, and the sounds of the waking forest. The last traces of cold and ozone dissipated with the morning breeze. It was as if a dream had unfolded, leaving no physical mark on the world, only an indelible imprint on my mind. I sank to my knees, collapsing onto the dew-kissed grass, gasping for breath, the revelations spinning in my head. My body was wrung out, exhausted beyond measure, but my mind was incandescent, filled with an unbearable clarity. I was no longer just a ranger. I was a guardian of a cosmic garden. I lay there for a long time, the warmth of the rising sun slowly spreading over my face, the familiar sounds of the forest a balm to my battered senses. The world was still here, still beautiful, but I saw it now through different eyes, eyes that had gazed into the heart of the universe and returned. Eventually, I pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and protesting. I stumbled towards my hidden observation post on the ridge, the weight of my new purpose settling heavy on my shoulders. I retrieved my backpack, my camera, my journal. My field knife felt different in my hand now, not just a tool for survival, but a symbol of a readiness to protect. I brewed a strong pot of coffee, the familiar ritual a small anchor in the storm of my thoughts. As I sipped the hot, bitter liquid, I opened my field journal, my hands surprisingly steady. I began to write, not just a recounting of events, but a desperate attempt to capture the overwhelming influx of information, the profound understanding that had been gifted or imposed upon me. I wrote about the universe as an interconnected web, about Earth as a cosmic garden, about the entities as silent cultivators. I wrote about humanity as a nascent species, part of a larger, evolving whole. I wrote about my new directive: protect the process, protect the garden. As I wrote, a chilling realization began to form. If my role was to prevent disruption, to maintain the balance, what did that entail? What if humanity itself became a disruption? What if our burgeoning technology, our unchecked expansion, our conflicts, threatened the delicate, millennia-old cultivation of this planet? The thought was terrifying. It meant my loyalty, my purpose had shifted. I was no longer solely a protector of human interests. My allegiance now lay with the garden, with the greater cosmic purpose. My supplies were still critically low. The camera battery was dead. My headlamp was still useless. But now I knew what I had to do. I couldn't abandon my post, not ever. I had to become self-sufficient, a permanent fixture in this wilderness, a ghost in the trees, silently fulfilling my new, terrifying duty. I would have to hunt, to forage, to live off the land with a new level of skill and stealth. I would have to be utterly undetectable, a part of the forest itself. My ranger skills, honed over a decade, would now be put to their ultimate test, repurposed for a mission far beyond their original intent. The prospect was daunting, terrifying, but also exhilarating. I was no longer a simple ranger, bound by human laws and protocols. I was an agent of the cosmos, a silent guardian of Earth's secret purpose. My mind, however, was not entirely free of doubt. The entities had not given me explicit instructions. They had merely implanted the understanding. Was I interpreting it correctly? Was this an imposition or an initiation? And what would happen if I failed, if the process was disrupted? I needed to test the limits of my new understanding. I needed to see if the contact, the connection, was a one-time event or if it could be reestablished. I needed to learn if there was a way to communicate, to ask questions, to seek clearer guidance. I finished writing, the pages of my journal filled with frantic script. I closed it, the weight of the book a tangible representation of the weight on my soul. My ranger life, with its simple joys and clear responsibilities, was over. A new, terrifying existence had begun. I spent the rest of the day in a new kind of preparation. I mapped out every foraging opportunity I could think of: wild berries, edible roots, potential hunting grounds for small game. I planned how to set snares, how to build more permanent, camouflaged shelters, how to make tools from natural materials. My knowledge of the forest, once a source of comfort, was now a survival manual for a new, solitary existence. As dusk settled, I returned to my hidden post, my gaze fixed on the meadow below. The sun set, painting the sky with fiery hues. The stars emerged. The air grew cold. The familiar sounds of the night began. My night vision binoculars were useless, the batteries dead, but I no longer needed them. I could feel the meadow, the subtle energies at play. I waited and waited. Midnight came and went, then 1 a.m., 2 a.m., still nothing. The sphere did not descend. The meadow remained dark, silent, and still. I felt a pang of disappointment, a deep sense of frustration. Had I overstepped? Had I misinterpreted? Just after 3 a.m., as the first sliver of gray light began to appear on the eastern horizon, painting the sky with the promise of a new day, I felt a familiar, subtle tremor in the ground. A faint, almost imperceptible hum began to resonate in my bones. It wasn't the sphere, it was something else. My eyes snapped to the meadow. From the very center, where the sphere always descended, the grass began to glow. Not a gradual expansion, but a sudden, brilliant flash of emerald light, encompassing the entire 5-foot circle at once. It pulsed, brighter and more intensely than ever before, a vibrant, living beacon in the pre-dawn gloom. The hum intensified, no longer a whisper, but a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the entire valley. The cold returned, sharper, more biting, and the ozone scent was strong, almost acrid. And then, from within the intensely glowing circle, the grass began to grow. Not slowly, not imperceptibly, but rapidly, visibly, stretching upwards, twining together, forming a dense, luminous thicket of alien plant life. It pulsed with an internal light, its individual blades lengthening, thickening, twisting into impossibly intricate patterns. It was a rapid, organic construction, a living edifice growing directly from the earth. My blood ran cold. This was different. This was new. This was an acceleration, a change in the cycle. This was not the subtle cultivation I had witnessed before. This was a direct, aggressive manifestation of the garden's growth. The glowing structure of grass reached perhaps 10 feet high, a miniature living spire of alien luminescence, radiating an immense silent power. It thrummed with internal energy, its vibrant green light pulsing with an urgent rhythm. And then from its very top, a single, impossibly fine filament of light began to rise, not from a sphere, but from the glowing plant itself, reaching towards the heavens. It was the same needle-thin beam I had seen before, but now it was emerging from organic matter, not an external source. The hum became deafening, a physical pressure against my eardrums. The air crackled with raw energy. The cold was unbearable, and the ozone burned my throat. I gripped my binoculars, my hands shaking violently. This was a clear sign, a response. My attempt at contact, my presence had been acknowledged, and the process had escalated. The sun began to crest the eastern ridge, casting long, golden fingers of light across the valley, but the intense emerald glow of the living spire was not diminished. It pulsed, vibrant and defiant, a startling contrast to the gentle light of dawn. The meadow was alive with an alien power, a profound, terrifying beauty. I felt a surge of adrenaline, mixed with an overwhelming sense of awe. They hadn't rejected me. They had integrated me. My silent vigil, my desperate plea, had been answered. But the nature of that answer was terrifying. The garden was growing, faster, more aggressively, and I, its new guardian, was now at the heart of its accelerated purpose. My solitary existence was no longer about passive observation. It was about active protection, about confronting the implications of this rapidly expanding alien life. I knew with chilling certainty that this was just the beginning, and I was utterly, irrevocably alone in this vast, silent wilderness, with only the impossible, growing light in the meadow to guide me. My eyes burned, fixed on the living spire of emerald light that pulsed with terrifying vitality in the heart of the meadow. It was no longer just grass. It was an intricate, organic column 10 feet high, still visibly growing, pushing upwards with a silent, relentless force. The filament of light, impossibly thin, stretched from its apex into the heavens, a direct, undeniable link to the unknown. The hum was a visceral force, vibrating through the ground, through my chest, echoing the frantic beat of my own heart. The cold air, thick with ozone, bit at my lungs. This was the answer to my desperation, a response to my presence, and it was escalating beyond anything I could have imagined. The sun was fully risen now, painting the sky with fiery hues, but its light seemed to bend around the spire, unable to diminish its vibrant, internal glow. The meadow, once a place of quiet solitude, was now a canvas of impossible light and alien purpose. I stood on the ridge, an insignificant observer to a cosmic event, yet I felt utterly central to it. My attempt at contact, my open vulnerability, had not been a rejection, but an invitation for acceleration. The garden was not just growing, it was blooming. A new wave of understanding, not a direct mental download this time, but a profound, intuitive knowing washed over me. The entities weren't hostile, but they were efficient, responsive. My presence, my awareness, had shifted the parameters. My human consciousness, with its capacity for focused intent and desperate protection, was a catalyst. They had given me the directive to protect, and now they were showing me what to protect, and with what urgency. The slow, subtle cultivation had just become a grand, accelerated project, and I was its appointed, unwitting guardian. My initial terror began to transform, not into fearlessness, but into a fierce, almost primal determination. My ranger training, the years of learning to read the subtle signs of the wilderness, to anticipate danger, to react with precision, surged to the forefront of my mind. This was the ultimate wilderness emergency, a crisis of cosmic proportions, and I was the only one on duty. The living spire continued to grow, slowly broadening at its base, its intricate patterns of interwoven, luminous grass becoming more complex, more robust. The hum deepened, vibrating with a profound, resonant power that felt ancient and vital. It was a beacon, a conduit, a monument to a purpose I was only just beginning to grasp. I knew with absolute certainty that I couldn't leave. Not now, not ever. My existence had become irrevocably intertwined with this alien process. My life as a simple forest ranger was a distant memory. I was the silent sentinel, the keeper of the garden's secret. My new purpose was clear. I had to become an extension of this wilderness, a shadow in the trees, utterly undetectable, living off the land, always vigilant. My immediate task was survival, and with it, observation. My camera batteries were dead, my night vision useless, but I no longer needed them for the core truth. The information was now imprinted on my soul, but I needed to record the changes, the growth. My journal was my only remaining tool, my pen the only way to document this impossible reality. I would have to rely on my eyes, my memory, and the new, heightened senses that the contact had awakened within me. I spent the rest of that day in a blur of focused activity. I retrieved my field knife from my hidden post. It felt different now, no longer a weapon against the wild, but a tool for its preservation and for my own. I set out to gather what I could, my mind already mapping the edibles, the water sources, the potential shelters. My knowledge of the Blackwood National Forest, once a source of pride, was now a sacred text, a guide for my new existence. I hunted small game, setting snares with a practiced hand, my movements silent, deliberate. I foraged for wild berries and roots, meticulously noting their locations. I built a more robust, long-term shelter deep within the ridge, a place that was utterly invisible to any casual observer, a true part of the forest itself. It was a crude dwelling of intertwined branches, moss, and leaves, camouflaged perfectly against the ancient trees. My ranger uniform, once a symbol of authority, slowly began to fray, to become one with the natural world around me. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, my body grew leaner, stronger, my senses sharper. I became a ghost in the trees, moving with a silent grace that startled deer and evaded the keen eyes of predatory animals. I learned the rhythms of the forest in a way no human ever had, for I was attuned to another rhythm entirely, the subtle pulse of the cosmic garden. The living spire in the meadow continued its slow, inexorable growth. Its initial 10-foot height became 20, then 30. It broadened, branching out like a crystalline tree, its glowing patterns becoming impossibly intricate, a vast, luminous tapestry woven from light and living matter. It never dimmed, never faltered, a constant, emerald beacon under the sun and stars. The hum was now a constant, low thrum, a permanent fixture in the valley, a subtle song of the earth's hidden purpose. The cold and ozone scent, too, remained, localized around the spire, a tangible aura of alien presence. The expansion I had first noticed, the subtle shimmer spreading outwards, was now undeniable. A faint, almost imperceptible greenish tint was slowly bleeding into the surrounding grass, expanding beyond the original 5-foot circle, inch by agonizing inch, towards the tree line, towards the river. It was a slow, beautiful, terrifying encroachment, a silent reshaping of the natural world. My days were a relentless cycle, observe, document, survive. I sketched the spire's growth in my journal, charting the spread of the glowing aura, noting every subtle change in the environment, every nuance of the hum. My journal became my only companion, filled with intricate drawings and frantic, almost lyrical notes. It was a testament to the impossible, a secret history written by a solitary, forgotten man. The entities from the mine, the massive vessel, the small sphere, they no longer manifested. The spire was the new interface, the new connection. My initial contact had clearly shifted their operations, bringing the heart of the garden's growth to the surface, and I was here to watch over it. My role as protector was constantly tested. There were no immediate threats, no human incursions. The remoteness of Sector 7 remained my greatest ally, but I knew with a chilling certainty that the true protection would come later, when humanity inevitably discovered this, when their nascent technological ambition clashed with the ancient, cosmic purpose of the garden. I spent years in the Blackwood National Forest, a silent guardian, watching the slow, majestic unfolding of the living spire. My hair grew long and matted, my clothes ragged, my face weathered by sun and wind. I was no longer an individual, but a part of the forest, a living component of the cosmic garden. The human world, with its conflicts and its concerns, faded into a distant, abstract memory. My loyalty, my purpose, was now entirely dedicated to this alien truth. The spire eventually reached a breathtaking height, hundreds of feet tall, its apex piercing the clouds, a towering monument of living light. It pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow, a constant, emerald heartbeat against the backdrop of the ancient forest. The hum was now a deep, resonant chord, a soothing vibration that became as natural to me as the whisper of the wind. The greenish aura had expanded, too, encompassing a vast section of the meadow, subtly enhancing the vitality of the surrounding vegetation. The forest itself seemed to thrive under its influence, growing denser, greener, more vibrant than ever before. My life was a perpetual vigil. I lived a primitive, solitary existence, my survival skills honed to an almost superhuman level. I was hungry often, cold sometimes, but I never left my post. I was the silent witness, the keeper of the most profound secret on Earth. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the western ridge, casting long, purple shadows across the valley, I sat at my hidden post, my gaze fixed on the glowing spire. It was magnificent, terrible in its beauty, a living testament to a purpose utterly beyond human comprehension. The air was still, the hum a soft lullaby in my bones. And then I saw it. High above the spire, emerging from the depths of the darkening sky, a familiar shape began to coalesce. Not the small sphere, but the immense, glowing vessel, the titan of light that had first shattered my world. It descended slowly, silently, its vast form shimmering with internal light, its base connected to the spire by a tendril of pure energy. It was a reunion, a harvest, a culmination. My heart pounded, but there was no fear, only a profound sense of awe and understanding. This was the completion of a cycle. The garden was ready. The vessel hovered above the spire for a long time, absorbing, exchanging, a silent communion of cosmic purpose. The hum intensified, a symphony of power, but it was no longer overwhelming. It was harmonious, purposeful. I watched, a single tear tracing a path down my weathered cheek, a silent witness to the silent miracle. As the first sliver of dawn painted the eastern sky, the vessel began its ascent, slowly detaching from the spire, retracting its luminous tether. It rose majestically, silently, a titan of light returning to the stars. I watched until it became a distant speck, then vanished, swallowed by the vast, indifferent cosmos. The spire, too, began to change. Its vibrant emerald glow softened, gradually fading. Its intricate branches slowly retracted, its immense height diminishing, the living light receding back into the earth. It was not dying, but hibernating, returning to its subterranean roots. Within moments where the magnificent spire had stood, there was only the glowing circle of grass softly pulsating, a gentle echo of the grand spectacle. The hum lessened, becoming a whisper, the cold and ozone dissipating with the morning breeze. The meadow was left pristine, untouched, just grass, trees, and the sounds of the waking forest. But the subtle, verdant glow remained, concentrated in the 5-foot circle, a quiet, enduring testament to the garden's presence, its purpose. I stood there, a lifetime of observation etched onto my face, my heart filled with a profound sense of peace. The cycle was complete for now, but it would return, and I would be here. My supplies were long gone. My camera and headlamp were rusted relics. My journal was filled to the last page, a chronicle of the impossible, but I no longer needed them. The truth was within me. I was the last ranger, the first guardian. My vigil continued, not as a desperate act of survival, but as a sacred duty. I knew with absolute certainty that one day humanity would stumble upon this secret. They would discover the meadow, the subtle glow, the profound purpose hidden beneath the earth, and when they did, I would be there. Not as a guide, not as a messenger, but as a silent presence, a wild man of the forest, a living warning. My role was to observe, to protect, and to guide, silently, invisibly, ensuring that the cosmic garden, the living heart of Earth, would continue its ancient, unwavering purpose, undisturbed by the nascent, volatile dreams of humanity. My story was no longer just my own. It was the story of this forest, this planet, this silent, eternal vigil, and it had just truly begun.